All right, good morning. I'll call our Select Committee of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee meeting to order. I want to thank everybody for being here so close to Christmas, our committee members, our staff, our guests in the audience, those that will provide testimony. We sure do appreciate you today. I also want to take a moment and just lay out the day and our agenda and the purpose for us to be here. Our purpose is to provide the best excellence for Kansas students and to review and to highlight anything that may have been a deterrent to that, and then to move forward in the most practical and positive manner. So we want to commend our universities, those that are here. We want to commend them for their efforts to comply with non-discriminatory laws and to provide the most excellent education possible. So that's the goal for today. In detail, the purpose of today is for us to really examine whether diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and practices have served the greater good. Because that's what we really want, is to make sure everything we do serves the greater good. And we want to make sure that those policies and practices have resulted, that they have not inadvertently resulted in new forms of discrimination or viewpoint conformity or unequal treatment under the law. So from my perspective, true diversity is really rooted in equal opportunity for everyone, no matter what characteristics they may have. It's rooted in fairness and the free exchange of ideas. I think we could probably all agree on those things. And I would say that true diversity is weakened when policies sort individuals by race or sex or ideology, or when dissenting viewpoints are discouraged rather than encouraged. Those types of practices are not strengths for our state. So our responsibility as a committee is to assess the facts, how these policies have been used, and whether or not they continue to be used, even by proxy. We also need to determine whether or not DEI policies create a less inclusive academic environment or create an environment where free speech is stifled, and whether or not any of these issues align with or don't align with constitutional principles, civil rights laws, state law, and the fundamental mission of education and public service, which is paid for by U.S. and Kansas taxpayers. So this is a fact-finding process. It's an accountability process. Our universities, and I believe you must be willing to evaluate whether programs have produced unintended consequences. And as a committee, it's up to us to determine next steps forward, any recommendations, any reforms that we may have to address any lingering issues that may be related to compliance to either federal or state law, and just to ensure that our students are getting the best education possible. So to set the stage of why we are here, I have 3 examples. And these 3 examples will be unnamed of what university they occurred at or which university they occurred at. They could have happened in any university, in any state in the United States. But the point of bringing them up is there actually is a real reason we are here, and we want to shine light on that. So if we don't know what we're talking about and we can't agree upon that, then we really can't find a good solution moving forward. So the first example occurred, and I would like if you would pass out the Kansas Board of Regents Free Expression Statement that was passed in 2021. You may have seen this, but if you haven't, I'd like the committee to take a couple minutes to read this. And you can scan it, highlight key thoughts. All right, committee, I hope that was enough time to at least skim through this statement on free expression and to look at the main highlighted key points. So I want to ask you before I show the first piece of evidence, could someone share one or two of the key points? Anything they pulled out? Yes, Representative Clayton.
All right, well, I didn't have a chance to thoroughly read it, but let's go ahead and, so at the beginning of the last paragraph on the first page, we also recognize, however, that some speech is not protected, such as true threats, incitement to imminent violence, fighting words, and unlawful targeted harassment. So we see a lot of footnotes here. I am not a constitutional scholar, but I will say that targeted harassment can often be up to the interpretation of both the people who are doing the harassing, who would say, hey, I'm just saying what I believe, or the people who believe that they're being harassed. So that jumped out to me because a lot of times free speech, inclusion, diversity, and equity are often up to interpretation based on who feels like they're being wronged and who is accused of wrongdoing. So that can be a little murky. So it'll be interesting to explore that further.
Thank you, Representative Clayton. I will say there's case law on such words as incitement and violence and those types of free speech items. So there does exist federal case law regarding it. So it shouldn't be too murky. Any other takeaways? Vice Chair.
Yeah, just briefly. I mean, the main point of the free expression statement is that students should be free to express their opinions without concern that they will be punished or ostracized, and there should be an open dialogue going on in our universities. That seems to be the main point of the statement.
Thank you. And Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd say some of the terms and sentences that jumped out at me, words that jumped out were full and open inquiry, discourse, robust exchange of ideas, robust exchange of perspectives, continuing dedication to these principles, rigorous debate, critically evaluated, debating divergent ideas. Those are the words that really jumped out at me. And then the purpose of encouraging free expression is personal and scholarly growth, because that's what our universities are about.
Right, thank you. Yes, and Representative Ballard.
Thank you. In the first paragraph, I would say the principles of freedom of speech and freedom of expression in the United States and Kansas Constitution, in addition to being legal rights, are essential to achieving the three-part university mission to deliver high-quality academic experience for our students, engage in meaningful and productive research, and provide other valuable public services for the benefit of our local communities, the state of Kansas, the nation, and the world.
All right, thank you. That's a great overview and a great segue for the first piece of evidence that is the reason, or one of the reasons we are here. There are certainly many, many reasons that we're here. It occurred at one of our universities, one of our law institutions. We have a couple in Kansas on October 2022. It was an incident in which the Federalist Society chapter had made an invitation to the Alliance Defending Freedom. And they received a scolding by administrators within their school, and then they also received, every staff member and every student in this particular law school received an email from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Belonging Department, basically pressuring them to try to uninvite the Alliance Defending Freedom. It also caused a Kansas Supreme Court Justice, Caleb Stegall, to write a 6-page letter to the university and withdraw his part-time professorship. And those are all online if anybody wants to review those. So when we consider something like this, I want to bring up something that is nationwide. Nationwide studies, and this one was pulled from a Harvard study, show that in law schools across the United States, 70 to 80% of all of those PhD professors at law schools self-report as liberal. So less than single digits report as conservative. So you can see how 50% of our nation and potentially 50% of law students are not going to receive generally the same type of freedoms, academic freedoms perhaps, that would be ideal. Also, studies say that about 60% of our liberal arts universities also have PhD professors that identify or self-report as liberal. And of course, in life, I think it's always best to have a balance. So that's something for our universities to think about. And in this latest study from Harvard, they included a conclusion that it's an established fact that leading colleges and universities are one-party campuses. So with that in mind, it makes it very difficult for those that have a different viewpoint to share their beliefs or to write about their beliefs or have their organization invite someone to their campus. So I'm going to allow any comments on this item, and if there aren't, we'll go on to the next item. Okay, that's the first item.
I guess I do.
Yes, Representative Ballard.
Okay. Whew. I think a person can be very liberal. And I also think a person could be very conservative, but yet be open-minded and see things perhaps differently. But I don't know as one or the other says that you're not capable of handling a particular situation differently. So to just say that you may say you're liberal, then whatever applies to them would actually have to apply to someone who's very conservative.
Yes, and my comments were fact-based, based on studies, and not based on whether or not universities are doing a good job or that liberal versus conservative will be more or less biased. I think there's a risk that conservatives are going to be biased, liberals will be biased. It's not a condemnation of liberals in any way, shape, or form. It is just, I share that to show the imbalance. That's all that information was. And that's why so many studies actually have occurred on this topic, and it's growing since the 1950s. So it does beg questions about instruction and potential bias, because balance is good. Balance is good everywhere, in our families, in our workplace, and in our university. So absolutely, that does not mean that those professors cannot be open-minded. They can be just as open-minded as somebody on the other side of the spectrum. Absolutely, I agree with that. I do think that the numbers that actually are registered Democrat, independent, there is a study on that as well, but I won't go into all those details. Okay, the next item I would like to bring up is, I'm gonna play it twice. It actually, hopefully will create some discussion opportunity. Again, I'm not naming the university, but it again begs the question of openness and transparency. So I will play this, and it is available online if anyone wants to listen to it later.
Understands those are still available, and if you have students interested in those services, they're not going to see it on the website, but now you all know, so you can tell your constituents and make sure that they understand that those are available. But the other ones that we want to point out is things that you might not see on our website anymore for obvious reasons. Our LGBTQ services, we still do them. We still have them available for our students. We do PrEP and PEP for HIV prevention. We do DoxyPEP for STI prevention. And we do gender affirming hormones for students who are ages 19 years and older. And we've been doing these for 5 years.
Okay, so a little bit of background. We know that we did pass legislation in 2025, and it would include minors. So gender affirming care, anything of that nature, including puberty blockers, would be only relevant for 18 years and under. The federal guidelines are 19 years and younger, but I think the concern is from why are we doing this, and does there need to be deception for that? Any comments on that item? Yes, Representative Joella Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a really important reason why we do HIV prevention, especially for college campuses, is because we don't want students to get HIV and AIDS and spread HIV and AIDS. I just think that is a very logical service to provide at a health clinic. Free STI testing, things like that, can prevent serious diseases from being spread. And as far as gender affirming hormones, I don't know if they're provided free of cost, but usually college clinics do provide the prescriptions and care so that students don't have to get appointments off campus if they live on campus. And I am not shocked or offended by either of these services being offered to our students. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And of course, I was not mentioning, and my comments were not pointed or directed towards those items such as STDs and HIV. Representative Clayton.
I guess I just have a clarifying question. Where is that audio from? If we could have information on date, time, location, and really importantly, is that breaking the law? Because that's what I want to know. I certainly didn't vote for it, but law is law. So that's what I want to know is that, where did it come from? Who said it? What context? What time? And are they in violation of state law?
So as I mentioned, they are not in violation of state law because we passed something in 2025 and overrode the governor's veto based on 18 and under. I shared that in the introduction. And I can also...
But the audio, where's it from?
So it is posted online. You can find it on Instagram, and I am not going to give any entity public prominence or disclosure in that way.
Were there minors
Nor am I going to
present?
say which university.
I just want to know, are they breaking the law?
No, because in
Okay.
Kansas...
Thank you. I
From
just needed
the
to know
way
if they
that
were
I
breaking the law.
understand it, in Kansas, if you have two individuals that are communicating, one person legally may record the other. Now, if I left, let's say, a bug in your office and I recorded you, that would be illegal because I'm not in the office. But if two people, if there's an exchange, such as a training or anything of that nature, then the way that I understand Kansas law, it is legal to record them and it is legal to share that. It's also legal for me to share something that I have found online that has been frequently shared, so.
And I just wanted to know, do we have proof that minors were present for that? So that's what I'm looking at is, were minors present? Because if they were, then that's a cause for concern. If people past the age of majority heard that, then whoever said that isn't in violation of the law. So I'm just trying to determine the gravity of the context of that audio that we heard. Because if it's just something where legal adults heard it, then not an issue. But if minors were present, then that is cause for concern because they were in violation of the law. So that's what I'm just trying to determine here. And so no intention of disrespect, just trying to determine what was going on.
Sure, and I understand, and I don't think we know. to that.
So we don't have proof that minors were present. We do not have
We
proof
don't
that
know,
this
but
was against the law.
there is a bigger question here. And so that's why I stated and framed the recording before. Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess what I'm concerned about is what kind of doctor's advice or anything like that is dealing with the gender affirming care. Do they have guidelines about how that would improve or their personalities or their health or whatever? So what guideline are they going by for providing gender affirming care?
I think that's a good question. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with the colloquy to the extent that we don't know all the context for this, and it doesn't appear that what was said was in some violation of the laws that we passed so far. But if I remember the statement, whoever was speaking said that they were being deceptive. Did they not, Madam Chair?
They said for obvious reasons they were not going to put things on the website.
Right. So whoever was speaking was concerned that this not be transparent. And that's probably why it got recorded, because whoever was there was concerned that it should be. And so it suggests a sort of an intention on the part of the speaker to, as I said, be deceptive and to hide whatever they were doing for whatever reason, which is one of the focuses, I think, of our hearing today is to what extent the universities may be trying to do what they were doing before, but hide it.
And I think this is just an open discussion between this committee and for the public so that we can look at where we were, look at where we are, and move forward in a positive way. I would have questions, just general questions about what we heard, such as, are college students, do they have social pressure, identity exploration, authority influence that's going to impact some decision-making that will very likely have long-term risks, fertility impacts, reversibility issues? And should they be getting that type of counseling at the university, or should they be seeking that from somebody, their family doctor or another doctor of their choice, or go to family members or go to people that they respect in their community or their church? I just question, why are we in that arena, except for, of course, the areas that were mentioned by Representative Hoy. It just seems like a very delicate situation, and one that many young, impressionable individuals away from their families for the first time, many in their lives, it just doesn't seem like a good idea. And it also makes me wonder, is there a moral failure in this providing incomplete information to them? And could it be ideologically based? It's a question. Could it be contrary to the trust of the families that sent and many times paid for those students at the university? Could it create ethical tensions within a family because they're excluded from this discussion, especially because it's irreversible and has long-term consequences? So it really does have the potential to undermine familial trust and investment, and puts in question moral responsibility. And ultimately, it just makes me think back to that other comment that I made. What is the responsibility of the university? Is it overstepping? Is it supporting exploration with medication instead of other options? So those are the concerns, and I would just ask universities really be thinking about that. What is our objective and our goal? My final illustration of why we're here today is the requirement of some courses, some degrees in our state to take diversity, equity, and inclusion classes. And I'm going to cite a specific one that still exists today, or at least it did, when I last looked in November at the website, and it's for English. If I wanted to be an English major and have my diploma, say that I have a degree in English at this university, then I'm going to do the following. This is on the website. The practice of English as a discipline is inherently intersectional and linked to complex literacy and cultural histories and complicated presence. To reflect that complexity, our teaching, our creative activity and scholarship foster conversation about race and racism, ethnicity, immigration, ability, gender, sexuality, class, indignity, and colonialism. It further says that its objective in English 100 and 200 connects the examination of diverse communities and identities in the United States, defining broadly as differences in class, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, or other factors like religion and geographical region. So my concern is no matter what someone's religious, moral, ethical, personal beliefs may be at this university, in order for them to have an English degree, they're going to have to face all types of DI indoctrination. I would call it indoctrination. Other people wouldn't, because that would be their ideology. So any comments on that from the committee? Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So combining the last example that you gave and this example, I think we have to ask the question, are college students adults? Are adults 18 plus considered adults? Under federal law, there's FERPA. And under that, you are not allowed to even discuss grades with parents. It's not allowed because you have an adult at the university making their own decisions. So if we believe that college students are adults, they have their own rights and responsibilities and have their own decision-making under that. So when we talk about the question of when we talk about the question of whether they have the right to have their own privacy and their own medical decisions, that's the law. When we talk about the question of whether they are allowed to understand and express alternate viewpoints, that's something that you brought up under the first example. You were questioning, why can't conservative students express their own viewpoint? But under this current example, you're asking, why are we forcing these alternative viewpoints upon college students? I don't think we can have it both ways. I think if we're having a marketplace of ideas where there is an allowance for a wide variety of viewpoints and a wide variety of experiences, you have to take whatever one considers to be the good with the bad.
Thank you, Representative. And I would say that the practice of English as a discipline is inherently ... is the issue. There's no room for diverse viewpoint here. This is clearly ideological. So yes, they are adults, but they're also still, you know, if we look at their brains and the studies on that, they're not fully developed until their mid to late 20s. They are still under the care, most of them, of their parents. They are still being financed by their parents. And this does not, from my perspective, appear to be something that is necessary and relevant to studying English. If there was a course that provided it, great, we could do that. If I wanted to take a particular women's study or a study on gender studies, I could do so. Nobody's compelling the student to do that. They have their ability to do so. This is a neutral degree and therefore ideological expressions in the core statements, I have concern with, and I would think that at least 50% of Kansas would. As taxpayers, I think we should have that discussion, and that's why we're having it today. So, point well taken, but I think it's worthy of discussion. Representative Hoy, and then Representative Clayton, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with some of the sentiments about, you know, when you're talking about 18-year-olds and age and brain development, and I would liken it to the fact that if a parent doesn't want their student to have a gun on campus, there's nothing they can do about it because it's the law and they have their rights. So there are certain things that when it does come to the law, here an example of academic freedom theory and First Amendment rights, that is something that is going to be out of a parent's hands when it comes to the curricula. As an English major myself, my senior seminar was explicitly about post-colonialism, and you have to understand the context on intersectionality and just different time periods. When you delve into Robinson Crusoe, there are going to be things that, if you haven't had a diversity in literature, that are going to be shocking to you, words that are used in different time periods. And so part of this is teaching students how to apply the text to that time period, apply it today, and have a reasonable and discussion about these histories, because English does delve into a lot of history, and the literature of the time, whether nonfiction, fiction, is a pinpoint to our societies in those eras. So yeah, English majors do need to be prepared to confront some controversial topics, and you can write your paper. I mean, you get to write about, as long as you're citing evidence and referring to the text. There is a whole plethora of ideas that you can present in a paper to reflect on the literature that as you read it. So, yeah, to a layperson, to a young student, some of this may seem like, oh my goodness, this is some really deep stuff here. But that's the whole point of being an English major, in my English major opinion.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And honestly, some of the points that you brought up, I tend to agree with you. In particular, so some of you might remember, I can't remember if it was this past session or the session prior, through Commerce Committee, we were addressed with the major issue of the fact that we have a shortage of engineers. A lot of this is due to COVID. You have the older engineers retiring. And so that problem that was posed to our committee was stating, hey, you have a lot of good private colleges here in Kansas that provide quality engineering degrees. So we were asked as legislators to support sort of a voucher-light program that would allow taxpayer money to go towards these quality private colleges in order to increase the number of engineers coming out of colleges that our state desperately needs. So I consider engineering to be a very neutral degree. It is based in numbers, it is based in logic, and yet there is a private college, a private Catholic college that I almost went to as my second choice. I come from a Catholic family. My parents would have strongly supported it. That's Benedictine here in Kansas, that requires a class. It's Theology 101. So if you pull up their website, you can see Theo 1100, Introduction to Theology, the description of which reads, this course examines the origins, development, beliefs, and practices of Christian tradition and initiates students into the methods and discipline of theology. Special attention will be given to the course of salvation history as narrated in the Bible, the context of the Catholic faith as set forth in the creeds, and the Christian way of life. This is a required class. It is a required religion class, and frankly, as far as my faith is concerned, I strongly support that. But not all Kansas taxpayers agree with me, and yet Kansas tax money goes towards this. That very biased and slanted class is required if you want to get an engineering degree at Benedictine. So it's either right or it's wrong, but we either say that in the context of that English class that DEI thing is required and it's okay, as long as we're also doing the same thing by allowing taxpayer money to go towards these private institutions for neutral engineering degrees that require a theology course. So right now, as long as we're doing this with the English class and the DEI, then it's okay because we're also doing that with the required theology course. So as long as all of those things are set, then I don't see much of an issue. Where I do see the issue is that all of a sudden, if we say that these English courses can't require this diverse area of thought, but yet it is only okay if the very narrow, now, and albeit in my own personal faith, correct thought is required. So it's either okay or it's not. So if we're going to tell those universities that get public money that, hey, you can't do this DEI stuff, then in turn, because Benedictine gets public money from the state to increase engineering degrees, then we should be able to tell them that they can't do that. I say let's have all of it.
Well, I love the robust discussion. I'll make a quick comment, then we have Representative Carpenter and anybody else that would like to follow up on that. They're absolutely not parallel comparisons. If KU had an English major in which you had to take a particular Catholic religious course, then they would also be in violation. They do not have such a requirement. Those grants for scholarships that public monies can be used for a religious university or for a public university. I think the requirement is that they are accredited. There are some Supreme Court rulings relating to tax dollars being used for, let's say, public institutions compared to religious institutions. So I would encourage you to review those. Bottom line, there is no comparison. No student in Kansas is compelled to go to Benedictine. They are not compelled. They have many other universities that offer engineering, and the amount of scholarship dollars that are being afforded to students is minute compared to the billions of dollars we provide our public institutions. So it's not going to be a debate. We don't have time for a debate, but I do want to give a few other people an opportunity for response. Representative Carpenter.
Well, pretty much you took the words out of my mouth, was that we're a limited amount of state dollars went for engineering at private universities, but the massive funding that we, as a state, fund the universities, I think you're not comparing apples and apples.
So it's okay if it's just a little bit?
Out of line.
Okay.
Representative Clayton, we gave you a floor, and I think this is not a debate, but it is a discussion. You had your opportunity. Any other comments? Representative Avercamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Too bad you didn't go to the Benedictine. I think it would have been a good experience. But I think on that note, I think we have to make a distinction, right? If somebody's going to a Catholic college, they should expect there to be a Catholic course. I think they should expect it to be somewhat of a neutral environment. And I think the conversation today is the question, is it a neutral environment? Or are students who go to a public university being forced into a woke curriculum that is intended to indoctrinate them in a certain way of thinking? That's the discussion as I understand it. I think if we take a look at the Board of Regents letter, first paragraph, what's the purpose? It's three-part university mission, right? It's a three-part quality, high quality academic experience, meaningful and productive research, and a valuable public services. And on the back, it says, because university and colleges are first and foremost places where people go to engage in scholarly endeavors. It's a lot of broad terms and kind of, up for interpretation. But at the end of the day, we're using public dollars to fund these universities. And just because they have a word university at the end of their name doesn't mean that they deserve it. And so we have to choose, is this actually a high quality academic experience? Is this meaningful and productive research? And is it valuable public service? And if it's not, what can we do? We can just defund them at the end of the day. Because if we're not providing a good service to the people of Kansas, to the students with their taxpayer dollars, we need to change. So I think it's just understanding those distinctions and what we're really here for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And one more comment, Representative Ballard, and we'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was waiting for the word woke. And, you know, I really would like a definition of woke. I have never used the word woke in my life. I had never heard of that word until several years ago. So we don't have time for discussion, but just the sheer fact when woke came out, it's almost as if there's a bias. Since we're talking about biases, there's a bias. We refer to DEI, those three letters, as a big word. You know, I would prefer we say diversity, equity, and inclusion, because I'd like to know what's wrong with diversity. I want to know what's wrong with equity and what is wrong with inclusion. And we don't seem to get to that point. And at some point, I want to summarize, what is it that we are actually here for today? You know, and I'm not sure what we are here for today. Are we trying to say, for someone who's been on a university, either as a student or working for over 40 years, you were talking about a lot of things I have not heard. And if anyone knows me, I am in and out of resident halls, scholarship halls, sororities, fraternities, with groups all the time. And I hear some things, but I don't hear a lot of the things that I'm hearing today. Is it a perfect system? No. But if we look at the number of students that graduate and come back, you wouldn't come back to a place that you didn't really like or enjoy or learned from. So if I had a question, it'd be about 5. But again, I'm trying to figure out, what is it that we really want? And before we leave today, I'd like a definition of woke. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And according to diversity, equity, and inclusion, the reason we often call it DI is because in government or anything, acronyms are king, and we use that to expedite conversations. And in terms of the individual words, I think that diversity is a great word, and nobody's opposed to diversity, and if they are, then that's unfortunate. Equity, I think the premier word in the U.S. and constitutionally is equality. So there are concerns about what does that mean? Does that mean separating? Does it mean suppressing others and lifting up others based on areas that we are by law not allowed to do? And inclusion sometimes turned into exclusion. And I also want to be on the record to say that Representative Ballard, I've only heard wonderful things about you, and my daughter who went to KU loves you dearly, and so I would want you to know that I'm glad you haven't seen this, because you are just an example of complete professionalism. And so I want to say that, but the reason we're here will unfold, and the fact that you haven't witnessed this or seen this is why we're actually bringing evidence to light. It's not to make anyone feel bad. It's not to put a black mark on any university. It's only about actually showing it so we can all see it and agree, okay, it's there. Some of us may say, oh, I like it. And some of us will say, I don't like it. I don't know why we would fund that. That is fair. Those are fair discussions that we're going to have today. But what we can't say is it didn't happen, because we're going to show evidence of that. And just a quick scan of university websites in October and November, we were able to find 14,000 different hits in Pitt State, and WSU 4,200, and KU 18,500, and K-State 11,200, and Emporia 1,300, and Fort Hays 12,750. And I know the universities are working really hard to be in compliance with our state proviso as well as federal law, so it is not discriminatory. That's all we want, to be not discriminatory. And so that's what we're going to focus on, is not being discriminatory, and we want to move forward in a positive way. So if there are one more comment, and then we will really move forward. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the issue of what these terms mean, diversity, equity, and inclusion, we can discuss that. But for me, the problem with the labeling is it doesn't accurately reflect what's really happening. Diversity has been meant to mean you have to have diversity with respect to race, with respect to gender, with respect to all of these issues. And the Supreme Court and other courts in the country have increasingly over the years indicated that we need to become a racially blind society. And so for me, the problem with the diversity label as it's been used is it doesn't focus on really what we should be concerned about, which is diversity of ideas. As far as equity goes, equity has been a term that's increasingly used to indicate that we have to have equal outcomes. And I think the concern is that the focus should be really on opportunities. And then inclusion, the problem there is it's used, but when you really focus on it, increasingly it has been used to exclude rather than include people. So those terms, although they sound good, when you really look at how they've been used in the last 10, 15 years and what's happened as a result, they raise concerns.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to overview of anti-discrimination legal issues. We're a little bit off schedule, so I will actually ask Jason if you tighten it up just a bit. Thank you. Revisor Jason Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason Long with Office of Revisor Statutes. You have 3 memos from our office giving you a little bit of a legal framework for the issues of the legal law, federal laws against discrimination practices in the country right now. The first memo gives you a overview summary of a recent case on admission policies at post-secondary institutions. It was a Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard case from 2023, if you recall that. That case was actually a combination of 2 cases, the one in the lawsuit against Harvard's admission policies, and then there was a separate case by the same organization against the University of North Carolina challenging their admissions policies. This was racial discrimination challenge on the admissions policies because both policies involved consideration of the race of the applicant for admission to the university through multiple levels of the admissions process, and multiple subcommittees, and the final committee could consider the applicant's race. The court focused primarily on the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment with respect to whether or not these policies violated the Equal Protection Clause by not providing the right to public education on equal terms to students on account of discrimination on the basis of race. These matters are typically fall under a strict scrutiny standard, which means the governmental agency, in this case universities receiving government funds, had to have a compelling interest that was narrowly tailored as a justification for using race as a classification in their admissions policies. The court reviewed a couple of cases from the 1978 and 2003 that had addressed this issue prior to that, and had held some method of consideration of race in admission policies at universities. Those cases were Bakke on a med school case, and then the later case in 2003 was out of Michigan, and that was the Grutter case. The court, in its ultimate holding, though, found that not only does the admission policy have to be based on a compelling interest, that compelling interest must be sufficiently measurable, and that means it has to have some kind of meaningful connection to the use of race in the admissions policy. And the court highlighted the stated goals by both the University of Harvard and the University of North Carolina, which are laid out in the memo you have, but then found those goals to really be somewhat amorphous in terms of the interests of the universities, and in the court's own words, found them inescapably imponderable. And so without having an ability to sufficiently measure whether or not those goals could be achieved by the university, it was difficult then to do the second part of the analysis and decide whether or not the use of race was narrowly tailored to meet those goals if you can't actually sufficiently measure those goals. The court also found that these admission policies had violated some other tenets of the previous precedent, by using race in their admissions policies, there was always a negative result in an individual who was denied admission as a result of the race because you had awarded admission as a result of race to another applicant. It also found that this led to some stereotyping of racial classifications. And the final point it made was in 2003, the court had stated that admissions policies should have an endpoint in terms of their use of race, and had thrown out a number of 25 years as a ending point for these types of admissions policies. And the court here in the Harvard case said there has to be some kind of meaningful endpoint, and the evidence and testimony from the universities simply did not show that there was any meaningful endpoint, whether it be in 25 years or even after that point. And so for those reasons, the U.S. Supreme Court found that the Harvard and North Carolina admissions policies were in violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. The court did say that universities could still consider an applicant's discussion of how their race affected their life. And so it can be part of the personal statement of the student and how it's impacted their life and their application to the university. But the court cautioned that it must not be used in some manner to utilize race as a consideration of whether or not to admit the student to the university. The other aspect that comes up early in this context in terms of education and discrimination is in the area of sex discrimination under Title IX. There is another memo that you have that reviews some relatively recent select federal cases involving sex discrimination claims as a violation of Title IX. Most of these revolve around the issue of whether or not gender identity is included in the term sex as that term is used under Title IX. For a reminder, Title IX is the federal law that requires educational institutions receiving federal funds to not discriminate on the basis of sex. In those cases noted in the memo, those courts all found that when Title IX was enacted, the term sex meant biological sex, male, female, as determined at the time of birth. And so that gender identity was not included as a protection from sex discrimination under Title IX. I will note a different circuit case out of the Fourth Circuit did find such finding, and that has been appealed now and is actually at the U.S. Supreme Court this term. Oral arguments are scheduled in January on that issue of whether or not Title IX protects students with respect to their gender identity and not just their biological sex. The final memo I'll just point out to you is on some administrative actions at the federal level regarding unlawful discrimination. The current administration issued 2 executive orders last January directing the Office of Management Budget to end DEI programs in federal agencies, and then the second one sought to discourage DEI programs with federal contractors and those receiving federal funds. Most notably, out of that came a memo from the OMB back in July on directing agencies on how to end unlawful funding of unlawful discriminatory practices. And the Office of Management and Budget essentially attached guidance from the U.S. Attorney General on how to end unlawful discrimination. That memo is attached, the memo from the Office of the Attorney General is attached to my memo summarizing the executive orders and provides extensive information on unlawful discriminatory policies and practices and ways to avoid using those practices by agencies that receive federal funding. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
All right, for the sake of time, I will just entertain a couple of questions if anyone has any. If not, you can hold those questions. I'm sure someone will be available for those answers at a later time in the meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Moving on to Dayton Lemunion. And he's going to provide a fiscal impact relating to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Dayton Lemunion, Principal Fiscal Analyst. I'll make my remarks brief to catch us up. You should have a document that looks like this. It's a table with dollar amounts on it. 2024 SB 28 removed $35.7 million from the budgets of each of the higher education agencies and moved it into the State Finance Council pending certification that diversity, equity, and inclusion requirements had been eliminated. Jill, I think, is going to, and others will walk into the, or will talk about that in a little more detail soon. But there you can see the dollar amounts by university. The other document that that you all should have is a Division of Post-Audit report. I'm not going to walk through this in detail, but I would direct you to page 19, toward the back of the document. So this is for, these are DEI-related expenditures. So this is from 2022, 2023. So this does predate the proviso requiring elimination. But there, the table on page 19, you can see the total expenditures at the top and the state-funded portion there in the second table. The other bit of information that was requested was those expenditures from 2020 to 2025. That information was not able to be gathered by this meeting date, but you all will have that in your emails after the meeting as follow-up. And that concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you for your brief remarks, and we'll take one question. Representative Clayton.
Thank you. So just to, if you can just clarify it and get it down to one number, how much money is DEI currently costing the state?
Madam Chair, Representative, I couldn't answer that. The universities are pulling together their current expenditures, their 2020 through 2025 expenditures. So hopefully you'll have that information soon. But as of today, I can't give you that number.
Because that's the main thing that I'm looking at. If it is alienating people, tax money is very personal and we should be saving them money. I just want to know what the dollar amount is. Thank you.
Yes, and we have requested that. It's a lot to ask for them in a short amount of time, and it includes many things that weren't included in this legislative post-audit, and other things would be taken out from the request. So hopefully we'll have some summary of that in the days ahead. Clarification, Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we were doing negotiations last year, I asked the question of President Masterson about the positions that were being held under DEI, what had happened to those. And his words were, and I'll paraphrase, that no one really had lost their jobs. But had implied the money was still there. And my question was, what were they doing? And that never came out as a result of that. But I thought that was weird too, because if you have that, and they were hired for a specific job and we're not doing it at all, where do we stand on that? So maybe we need to find that out as well. Thank you.
Okay, and one of the items on the proviso of 2025 was eliminate any positions that relate to diversity, equity, inclusion. And your question is, well, if we eliminated the positions, but we didn't really lose any individuals, where are they, what are they doing? Interestingly enough, we'll provide evidence of names just being changed to student success or student belonging, and hopefully the whatever it is that they're counseling or doing or sharing, it has shifted, so it is all inclusive and not exclusive. So we will get into that a little bit, and you'll have opportunity. All right, thank you very much, Dayton. We will move on to our next item. We have Jill, overview of Kansas law relating to DEI. Is it a question for Dayton or just in general?
Yes, the question.
Go
for
ahead and
the-
ask it.
Thank you,
and
Madam
then-
Chair. Could we get a reminder on what the language was on what constituted diversity, equity, inclusion spending
We
and what
have,
it excludes?
actually, Jill will get into what we put into our
Thank you.
proviso, and as well as the bills.
Okay.
A bill.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. The memo that I prepared for you is being handed out right now by Dayton and Dylan. So there were two things that happened during the 2024 session in the budget bill. The state finance council was appropriated $35.7 million, and that is that chart that Dayton just showed you. What those numbers reflect is 5% of salary and wages, contractual services, and commodities, and that amount was held back from the universities until they presented to the State Finance Council that through the chief financial officer of, the chief executive officer of the Regents Institution certified to them that they had eliminated asking for statements of commitment or requiring examples of past, current, or future experience with DEI. In the application and hiring process for employees and volunteers, in the admissions process, the tenure review process, the annual review process, the promotion process, and research proposals. And they also had to certify that they had eliminated training requirements in DEI for any employee or volunteer position, student, tenure review, annual review, promotion, or research proposal. Upon receipt of the certification from the chief executive officers, the State Finance Council was authorized to approve the expenditures of the money, so the money could go to the universities then. The section further provided that if House Bill 2105 or any other bill that had the provisions of that was enacted into law, the State Finance Council could meet to approve the expenditures of the monies from the account without requiring certification from each of the CEOs of the universities. House Bill 2105 did indeed become law, and then on July 9th of 2024, State Finance Council met to authorize the expenditures of the funds in the university's accounts. At the State Finance Council meeting, Blake Flanders, the president and CEO of KBOR, informed the council that all presidents of the universities had certified that they had performed the duties that were required in the bill. And that I went ahead and attached the minutes for you if you wanted to refer to that. And in this instance, Regents Institutions means the big six universities. Then further in House Bill in 2024, House Bill 2105, which was codified at KSA 76.7,165, and the language is attached for you. It prohibits post-secondary educational institutions from conditioning admission or educational aid to an applicant for admission hiring an applicant for employment or hiring, or reappointing, or promoting a faculty member on the applicant or faculty member's pledging allegiance to or making a statement of personal support for or opposition to any political ideology or movement, including pledge or statement regarding diversity, equity, inclusion, or to request or require such pledge statement from an applicant or faculty. And I would point out to you that under the bill, when we say post-secondary educational institutions, we mean the Big Six, Washburn, the community colleges, and technical colleges. So the proviso that was enacted in 2024 was only money from the Big Six, and that's what they did. But this provision applies to what I think those in the education in higher ed would refer to all public universities and colleges in Kansas. If one of those institutions, educational institutions, receives a pledge or statement describing a commitment to any particular political ideology or movement, then such institution may not grant or deny admission or educational aid to a student. They can't hire an applicant for employment or hire, reappoint, or promote a faculty member based on the viewpoints expressed in that statement or pledge. Now, nothing in this bill, or excuse me, the law, prohibits an institution from requiring a student faculty member to comply with federal and state law, including anti-discrimination laws. And then the bill should not be construed to limit or restrict academic freedom of faculty, or to prevent faculty members from teaching, researching, or writing publications about DEI or other topics. And then it should not prohibit an institution from considering in good faith a faculty member's scholarship, teaching, or subject matter expertise in their academic field. Each institution is to post and make publicly available on their website training materials used for students, faculty, and staff on all matters of non-discrimination, DEI, race, ethnicity, sex, or bias, and all of the institution's policies and guidance on such matter. Any person who believes their rights were violated under 76(7)165 may file a complaint with the State Board of Regents. Then the Board of Regents is to investigate the complaint and then within 45 days determine whether a violation of the law occurred. If the board determines an institution has violated the law, the institution shall remedy the violation within 90 days. If the institution fails to make the remedy in those 90 days, the board shall report the matter to the Attorney General, who may file an action in district court against the institution for declaratory relief or enjoin the violation. If the board determines after investigation that the institution has not violated, but the person still believes their rights were violated, that person can file a complaint with the Attorney General, who will investigate, and that investigation again is to take place within 45 days. And then if the Attorney General determines that an institution has violated the law, the institution is required to remedy the violation within 90 days. And then if they do not, or they fail to remedy the violation within 90 days, the Attorney General can file an action in district court against the institution for declaratory relief or enjoin the violation. So there's some jurisdictional things and how they can enforce that venue and how they can enforce, the district court can enforce the law. If the district court finds that an institution has violated the law, the court shall order an order requiring the institution to comply with the law, impose a civil penalty in an amount of not more than $10,000 for each violation, and then require the institution to pay the expenses of the Attorney General. If the court finds the institution violation was not made in good faith or had a reasonable basis in fact or law, then that penalty, the civil assessment, is credited to the State Board of Regents State Scholarship Program account. So generally in the law, we talk about like if a fine, we want it to go to a special place, we specifically say in the law where we want the fine to go, and that will go into the state scholarship program. Then annually, on the first day of the regular session, the State Board of Regents is required to submit a report to the legislature, and you can read there what that report should contain. The first report is due on January 12th, so the first next year. So the first report from this bill that was enacted in 2024, you'll be able to see the statistics on that. It could be before that I didn't ask if we would see it before, if it would be on that day. Within 10 days after a determination by the board whether a violation of the law has occurred, the board shall post on the board's website the findings and outcomes of the investigation and the determination on the complaint. And that it clarifies that there should not be any personal identifying information on that. They should just generalize the complaint and the outcome, the investigation and outcome. If a post-secondary educational institution faculty member or agent acting within their official capacity are found by the court or the institution to have violated the section, it clarifies that the institution may take disciplinary action against the agent in accordance with the institution's policy. Then this past session in 2025, in the budget bill, there was a section, a State Finance Council section added that on and or before August 1st of 2025, the Secretary of Administration would certify to the members of the State Finance Council that state agencies have excuse me, eliminated any positions related to DEI, eliminated any mandates, policies, programs, preferences, and activities related to DEI, eliminated any training requirements in DEI for any employee, canceled any state's grants or contracts relating to DEI, and removed gender-identifying pronouns or gender ideology from your email signature blocks on your state employee account, another form of communications. Then the Secretary of Administration was required to present this certification and any additional findings to the State Finance Council at a meeting. So on July 29th of this year, Secretary Adam Proffitt certified the State Finance Council that to the best of his knowledge, all state agencies are in compliance with this section. And then I've included the draft minutes for that. There hasn't been a State Finance Council meeting to officially approve the minutes, but that draft minutes were available. And then I also copied the last attachment is the actual written certification that the Secretary presented to the State Finance Council. I'd be glad to answer any questions for you.
All right, thank you, Jill. Any questions from our committee? All right, thank you. Next, we have Board of Regents, Blake Flanders. Welcome.
Well, good morning, Chair Williams. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on guidance issued to state universities regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion in response to 2025 SB 125 on behalf of the Board of Regents. I think it may be helpful just to quickly walk through some history of that guidance and how that was developed and why perhaps it provides guidance in the way it does. We had in 2024, as has already been noted, we did have a statute addressing this issue, and that statute provides if a post-secondary educational institution receives a pledge or statement describing a commitment or to any particular political ideology or movement, including a pledge or statement regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion, such institution may not grant or deny admission or educational aid to the student. And that HB 2105, the 2024 law, also provided a complaint process and also was explicit that it did not apply to the curriculum and what was taught by the faculty in the classrooms. With our complaint process at present, we have not had any complaints filed at this time. Then, after that law was passed, we looked even at our own policies at the Board of Regents and scholarship programs we were offering. We administer scholarship programs on behalf of the state, so scholarships that you approved and developed, we administer. And we found that we had the Kansas Ethnic Minority Scholarship, And we brought that forward to the legislature, just saying that over time, even though it didn't deal specifically with admission, over time, this perhaps could be problematic. The legislature did take that up. And at the end of the day now, we have the Kansas Education Opportunity Scholarship, which applies to first-generation Kansas students, meaning their parents did not graduate from college, or a pre-K-12 teacher or paraprofessional would also be eligible for the scholarship. So that scholarship program that we brought forward to the legislature, just provided notice of that, was changed by the legislative process. So then the following year, as a part of SB 125, Section 161, there was a proviso that addressed state agencies. Now, we refer to it's been referred to in the committee as the regent universities. What we would say is the state universities, which are state agencies. We felt like there was some discussion at the time as well. The legislature just passed in 2024 a law that was specific to the universities. Do they even mean this proviso to cover the universities? And what we determined is it does say state agencies. Each state university is a state agency. And so we felt that this does apply to the universities, and we developed that guidance. I have heard that that there could perhaps be some concern with the guidance. We're open to working with you in any way with that guidance. But our guidance really focused on eliminating any positions that relate to diversity, equity, inclusion, policies and programs and training requirements. And we also said that it would be not construed to limit or restrict the academic freedom of faculty or to prevent faculty members from teaching, researching, or writing publications about diversity, equity, inclusion, or other topics, because that was in alignment with the law that you had passed in 2024. And so if there's interest in changing that, we would stand ready to comply with any state laws. So with that, I will end there and stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Blake. Any questions? Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the information. Just to clarify, so it would take legislative action to, currently the Kansas Ethnic Minority Scholarship still exists and is being distributed, or could
No,
you?
it does not exist anymore,
Okay.
because we brought that to the legislature as perhaps at the time, I mean, there was testimony, you can go back and look at the record on both sides. It said, well, it's premature to bring that to the legislature because it's only covering admission. Since that time, there's been more federal guidance and it's broader, and we believe that that scholarship should be converted and changed to really be more open to all. And that's what the legislature and governor signed, and that's what now is in existence.
Okay, thank you. So that is now the Kansas Education Opportunity Scholarship, because something that we got presented through the special budget committee was about this scholarship, and it had looked like funding was going to be transferred over to a nursing scholarship. So that's, I think, where I had some confusion.
I may need to go back and look at the record because I know this scholarship was changed. I'm not sure exactly if all the funding followed it, so I'd need to go back and look at that. I will.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we actually change scholarships and we decide that they may go to another place, is that state dollars we're talking about or endowment dollars?
So we administer the state scholarship, not the institutions typically administer the endowed scholarship through the foundations. So that what I'm talking about is state scholarships utilizing state dollars.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, I do have a question. Okay, so KBOR has a policy manual, and I took a look at it, and there's an item on there that I don't know, maybe I had an old cookie on my laptop, and it's not one that you currently use, but it was written or revised in '23. Have you revised it since then? KBOR's policy manual?
The policy manual gets revised from time to time for all different sections. I'd want to know which section.
Okay, well, there is an item under governance for the state universities, and it's a statement of diversity and multiculturalism. Has that been revised?
No, we've had that for a number of years. What has been added to that is language that says, and we added that language, I believe, 2 years ago, that says no state university shall, on its application for admission or hiring, reappointing or promoting a faculty member, require statements pledging allegiance to, support for, or opposition to diversity, equity, or inclusion. Nothing in this policy shall prohibit a university from complying with federal or state laws, regulations, grant requirements, or similar measures. So we do have that language in policy that follows the more open statement on diversity and multiculturalism in the policy manual.
Okay, and just from a party of one recommendation, if we truly want diversity, we need intellectual diversity of thought. And it's not mentioned anywhere, and I'm wondering if that would be something, and you don't have to answer, would be something that KBOR should perhaps consider, ensuring that that is actually a statement of something that, it merges well with the free speech and to the mission of each university. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's I'm hopeful that's the goal and desire of every university and of Kansans. And certainly I'll bring that feedback back to the board.
Okay, and one last question. I gave an example of an English major that had a mandate of a DEI course, and there are also other degrees such as social workers, those types of degrees, which we really need social workers in Kansas. They also are required DEI courses. So my question to you, on the proviso that we passed in just this last session, 125, it says eliminate any mandates, policies, programs. Would you consider those programs, such as an English program or a social work program, would you consider those programs, and would you consider those mandates, the examples that I cited?
So so the answer is we did not, and here's why. They were delivered within the curriculum in a course, and so if the legislature would like to add clarity to that proviso, because what we were trying to do is say, well, in 2024, the legislature has a statutory framework that says do not go into that coursework. If that is the desire of the legislature, certainly we will comply with state law. And so if we could get clarity there, that would be helpful.
Okay,
we did not consider that, though, as the same thing as a program outside of the courses.
Sure, I understand that. So just as a reminder to the committee, provisos do expire. It was 2025, so it will not be valid after the 2026 fiscal year. And therefore, if we want to make any adaptations or changes, we would need to do that actually and be passed in a bill. And the only other thing I would mention is that the Foundation of Individual Rights and Expression did have a concern with the wording of number 5. So if we do revisit these items in our bill this year, then I would suggest that we use the language as recommended by the Foundation of Individual Rights and Expression. I do believe you received a letter from them trying to encourage us to make that a little tighter.
I have received communication from FIRE over the years.
All right, great. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to make sure I understand, did I hear you say it's your understanding that that you wasn't the legislature's intention to go into specific curriculum to look at what curriculum might include DEI instruction or policies or whatever? Did I understand? That's what you said?
Yeah, so it wasn't my understanding. It's just as we analyzed the current statutory framework overlaid on by the budget proviso, in 2024, the legislature in their statute specifically said it doesn't apply to curriculum. And so that's why we felt like the proviso probably means, and it was for all state agencies, some that deliver courses, some that do not. And so we believed, our guidance then suggested that it only applied to those things outside the classroom because we didn't think the legislature would want to conflict with their statute that they just passed 2 years ago. But again, if there is a desire to move that way, we'll comply with state law.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, if I could just, one other thing that's kind of been bothering me for a little while, and I just wanted to, it goes along with this. So I would like to make the observation that this committee, we're talking about DEI, a good question about why are we here and what are the definitions of those things, especially what Representative Lewis said. So it's about DEI, and so I appreciate what you said about the class at Benedictine. Again, that was a curriculum, required class. That was teaching theology. That is apples and oranges. That's not teaching or that's not including DEI. Today we're here to talk about DEI. If we want to talk about teaching theology in a course, that's something separate that probably has First Amendment implications. But I really I felt compelled that we need to make that distinction in case anyone misunderstood. Two completely separate things of DEI instruction versus theology instruction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Brief comments, Representative Clayton.
Thank you.
Questions,
Yeah,
preferably.
I think, so what I think is most important when we look at the work that I think we're meant to do in this committee is the questions that we're really trying to answer here is, are our state-funded universities violating the law currently as it stands, right? That's one of the main questions that we're trying to find.
It is part, but actually, if you think back to everything that I said, it's also about accountability, shedding some light, understanding where we have been so that we can move forward positively and
Creating
look for
potential
solutions.
new
So it's not
laws.
necessarily current violations. It's also trying to understand how did we get here, where have we been, and where are we going?
Well, to me, the most important thing is number one, are you all in compliance with state law as it currently stands? Number two, finding out what the university's policies are so that we can potentially in our next session, if the legislature, the duly elected folks here in this room, want to implement more restrictive laws, then we can. So if the legislature indeed wants to tell people, hey, we're not just looking at hiring and admissions practices, but we want to ban or permit certain types of curriculum, then we can go ahead and do that. So that's, to me, I'm just trying to figure out exactly what it is that we're doing here. I want to make it very clear that at least based upon your statements, I, as a legislator, do not think that you are in violation of the law. You have a number of legal counsel that you consult when it comes to our provisos and statutes that we pass, correct?
Yes, I never develop those alone.
Absolutely.
So we do consult with the attorneys.
Well, I am glad to hear that. And so I just want to make it very clear that at least from what I have heard today thus far with our evidence is that our universities are not violating the policies that we set forth. Now, we might want to look at possibly tightening those up, but I do not see a violation here. Would you agree, Madam Chair?
So I'm not going to comment on that. I understand how it was interpreted, but I also understand the intent was probably a little different. But we're not going to get bogged down in that. We are moving on to solutions and evidence. So I'm not going to get into the details of that. Representative Hoy, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify that it does say in the existing law that nothing in the section regarding diversity, equity, inclusion should be construed to prevent faculty from teaching about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think it is very clear, not only through that law, but also the Constitution, that government should not intrude on curricula. Our founding fathers were very concerned that the government would use the power of the purse to influence academic freedom and curricula. So we have First Amendment protections here, as well as the 14th Amendment due process clause that gives intrusions or areas where the government should not intrude, which includes the right to useful knowledge. And so I do think that this discussion should not go further into mandating for or against certain curricula and coursework. That's not our wheelhouse. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, sir. Can you tell me how many employees does the Regents employ? So the Board of Regents office or the entire system?
The entire system.
So the
Well,
entire system would
not
be
the
slightly over
university.
21,000.
I'm talking about, okay, so your board, how many employees do you have on it?
The Board of Regents has 9 members.
Okay, how many employees does the Board of Regents have?
So about, we have in our agency a little over 50.
Okay. That's what I was getting to. I'm sorry it took so long. I must have asked the question wrong. How many of them are assigned to look at universities' policies and curriculum or curriculum
So
for this DEI thing?
So specifically for the DEI, we do not have people assigned to that because each individual university is a state agency. So they do bear the responsibility of compliance.
Okay.
So we offered the guidance. We are a state agency as the Kansas Board of Regents. I recognize we govern the state universities, but they also have the standard because they're separate state agencies. They have the standard to comply with the law.
Okay, so you don't have any oversight over the
So
universities?
We do have oversight. We govern the universities. We've offered this guidance to comply with the state law. So what we do not have the resources to have an audit firm within our office that would go out and do all that auditing. And if that were the desire of the legislature, we could certainly do that if we had those resources.
I think it'd be, I think I'd rather reduce resources and change those resources, move those resources to the colleges to better govern themselves, because it doesn't seem like you really have that much oversight. Am I to understand that after looking through everything and after the proviso and all our laws that we put in place in the last few years, the only one thing that you came up with was one scholarship that might have been out of line because it was exclusive of other races?
No, that was just in our office. So that was only in our office. The the universities have made a number of changes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Follow up one more
Yes,
question.
sure.
I have one more question for you. Did your office at any time try to influence the institutions or pressure them to continue with the current policies but change the names
or try to not be as transparent?
Not ever. We believe in the sanctity of state law, and we want our universities to follow state law. And not just and not subvert any of those laws.
Okay, so so you may not have, but you have 50 employees. Are you sure that there has been no pressure from anyone in the Board of Regents or their employees to pressure the universities to continue with the DEI policies under a different name or lack of transparency?
So I haven't done an email search or anything like that. I would say that no employee has ever had a directive to violate the state law and give that advice to universities.
And
Not
so
ever.
you could say, though, with confidence that no one on the board, current or past, or yourself have pressured the universities at all.
I have never pressured a university to violate state law.
And the
Can I
board
say
members?
every board member, if they were acting as a private citizen, I don't know, but but the board would never and has never done that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Hope you'll be around for the afternoon.
You bet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point. You're up again. We're moving on to the state university responses to state and federal DEI requirements. Mr. Flanders, I think you've already answered. Did you have something else you wanted to add for this section? No, I think we just, okay. Okay, sure. All right, so we'll go ahead and begin with the University of Kansas. Doug Gerard, are you here, or somebody from the university? Oh, you are here. Welcome. And we appreciate any comments you'd like to share to the committee about where you are, how you're moving forward, and compliance. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasure to be here today. And I guess since I'm the first one up, I maybe will talk a little bit about where we've been and then get into where we are and where we're going. And of course, our goal as an institution is always to be compliant with federal and state law. I think we would all recognize in the room there's been a lot of change in federal and state law and policy in the last handful of decades. And much of what we do as an institution is a result of federal guidelines, dear colleague letters from the Department of Education, guidance from our funding agencies, the NIH, NSF, Department of Energy, and others, and our accrediting agencies, all of which have had a lot to say about these topics over the last 25 years. And so, as always, we attempt to be compliant in all those regards. Our journey on this topic, our most recent journey, really started in 2020 when we went through a restructuring of our DEI office and really refocused that away from a focus on social issues to more a focus on success of our students, our faculty, and our staff. We reduced 3 positions with that and restructured that program. And then following the Supreme Court ruling, which you heard a briefing about, we really began a review of all of our admissions processes, all of our scholarships, no matter how they were funded, and went through to make sure we felt like we were being in compliance with what the Supreme Court had ruled in the case against Harvard, North Carolina. Then in May and June of 24, with House Bill 2105, really that guidance there, which Dr. Flanders has discussed, we went through the process of reevaluating how we're doing all of our hiring and our searches and all the rubrics behind that to ensure that that did not include elements of DEI in the process. We also underwent an evaluation of all our performance goals for all employees, including faculty, as well as our promotion and tenure guidelines to ensure that those would be compliant. And then as we started within our HR department, the process of future searches, we had the people leading those searches undergo specific training to understand what would be compliant with that House bill. Additionally, we went through and made all our trainings publicly available as requested. We eliminated all required training in this area as required, and then started the work of going down to unit level policies, procedures, websites, materials, et cetera, to be compliant with this law to the best of our ability. In July and August of 2024, we went through the process of completely closing our DEI office and announced that in August. We eliminated all the positions in that office, and those staff, some left our employment and some applied for and were moved into different roles. In particular, a couple of those roles I'll just touch on was we were restructuring our Office of Civil Rights in Title IX after, unrelated to this, having undergone a review of what we needed to be appropriately staffed for that and the changes that were coming in Title IX as well as Title VI, and a number of those employees moved into that space, which was quite fortunate as we got quite an increased number of claims following October 7th, 2023. We also had an individual move into our Office of Sovereign Partnerships and Tribal Initiatives that works closely with Haskell and the Kansas tribes and doing the NAGPRA work there, which is the repatriation of remains and other items to our tribes. And then working within our, some moved into our Office of Community Impact, which is designed for our Carnegie Community Impact classification accreditation, and that's really working with our communities, including our rural communities, to provide services there. In September of 24, we closed a number of our programs, our Center for Sexuality and Gender Diversity, the Emily Taylor Center for Women and Gender Equity, and the Office of Multicultural Affairs and the Student Involvement and Leadership Center, and recreated a Student Engagement Center, which was inclusionary, not exclusionary, and really focused again on providing the best services possible for all of our students, but not on an identity-based basis. It was about December of that year that we had completed the process of closing that office at the medical center as well. In January of this year, of 2025, we've been working to come into compliance with a number of executive orders, as well as dear colleague letters from the new Department of Education. And that really included, has included elimination of the programs, most of which we had really already done at that point in time. We also have been working to come in compliance with Senate Bill 125. That guidance is issued, as you heard, in July of this year. And really, a lot of this work we'd already done, but eliminating any mandates, policies, programs, preferences, or activities related to DEI, eliminating training requirements in DEI, canceling any state grants or contracts relating to DEI. And the one thing we did need to do at that point in time was removing gender identifying pronouns or gender ideology from email signature blocks for state employees in their email accounts and other forms of communication. And while we probably are still not perfect. We have decades of material out there. We have literally tens, if not hundreds of thousands of websites out there that we are scrubbing. We continue that work.
Well, we really appreciate you being here today, taking time out of your busy schedule, and appreciate all the efforts you made. Do you happen to have a written copy of your testimony?
I do not, but I'd be happy to get you one.
That would be great. You
Sure.
can just send it to KLRD at a convenient time. That'd be helpful.
Happy
And
to.
committee, are there any questions for Chancellor Girard? Yes, Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chancellor, for being here. I have a question, and if you're unable to answer this question kind of goes for all of our universities who will be supplying testimony here. And that question is this: how much has it cost you to comply with the recent anti-DEI policies that we put into place?
I'm certainly not in a position to put a number on that. Obviously, most of the time has been at man-hour time as we've worked to retool our institutions quite significantly, as I mentioned, after decades of meeting federal requirements in other regards. I'm not sure even we could put a price tag on that, but we can certainly discuss that.
I would be curious to see just what the cost is to our hardworking taxpayers in order to change all of these policies. That might upset some legislators, but the taxpayers in my district, by and large, don't care about this. But I want to know how much it costs to change these policies. So thank you for being here. I look forward to seeing those numbers.
Well, my taxpayers do care about it, and I'm sure it's less than actually implementing them in the first place.
We'll find out.
Representative Francis Avercamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You kind of made my statement, but if you're going to go into costs on changing, can you also include in that report the cost savings for not having these positions and policies as well?
I believe that's the work that's already underway.
Thank you.
And we're attempting to gather that data.
Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So this sort of goes to the question that we were talking with Mr. Flanders about. And to what extent the laws that we've already passed affect curriculum. And I understand that the view, it may very well be the correct view, is that so far our laws have not mandated any changes in curriculum. And I'm just curious to know whether in what you've done at the University of Kansas, if you have looked at curriculum or not. And as I said, I don't think you were mandated to do so, but I'd be interested to know if any of the things you've been doing in the DEI arena also have impacted on curriculum so far.
So a couple of comments to that. One is we have significantly impacted the curriculum that we use to train, educate, hire, and promote our people. And that has a significant curriculum associated with that, which has been very directly altered as a result of all this. But we have not gone into classroom curriculum. And as you heard, our guidance was we didn't believe that was part of the directive. I think there's some debate as to whether that was the intention or not. The guidance was not, and we have not gone into classroom curriculum per se. That's not to say that we haven't started to look at syllabi and some other things along the way and websites around classwork.
Thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would really have to comment on the Chancellor of the University of Kansas in terms of what was the cost. I don't think there was a cost in dollars. There was a cost by individuals on campus that felt discriminated against, that felt this may not have been the right thing to do. I think there's always a cost, and it's not only always financial. And I have to tell you, frankly, right now, I am feeling very, very uncomfortable. In all my years in the legislature, I have never felt this way. And I don't know if it's because we have to defend everything that happened before and forget 1865, forget slavery, forget when one person was admitted to a school and everyone else left, and this one person was in that whole school by themselves with one teacher. We have to forget that we weren't allowed to read. We weren't allowed to do a variety of things. And now we want the law to be equal and forget those things. And a lot of people cannot forget what happened. History follows us. History lives. History does not die. I believe, I'll speak for my own university, has complied with all the things we say we should comply with and maybe gone further. I'm not into discriminating against anyone, even though people of color were discriminated against. and continue to be so. Do I see things as being equitable across the board? Everybody should get what they want, but everybody did not get what they want, even though they were citizens. Someone at some point has to realize that set back people hundreds of years. And I appreciate what the University of Kansas has done, and the price was people were really upset with that person you see standing there. That was the cost, and continues to be the cost. I see all of us as being equal, but not everyone sees us as being equal. I see my colleagues here as being equal, but not everyone fits that category. That's the cost. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, for your passionate and eloquent response. We want to tell you here from this committee that is not anyone's goal to make anyone uncomfortable. That is not at all. We do want federal and state compliance, and the wrongs in the past, you will never hear in this committee on anything that we're recommending, any of the solutions, anything that we're asking. Are we in any way wiping out any evils of the past, whether it's on this continent or any other continent through the history of humanity? Because evils have occurred, unfortunately, in this very broken world on every continent, with every type of person, with every race, everywhere, and none of it's justifiable. None of it's justifiable. However, at this point, we are looking at the law, and we do not want to continue any type of action that violates federal law, particularly, and state law, which is mirroring that. And so it is this afternoon, you'll have an opportunity to see where real hurts have occurred in present day. And we want to right those. And we don't want to go back. And we absolutely should speak of all those past hurts as well. And you will not find anyone at this table here that would want anything less than that. So that's my response to you, and I think this afternoon will clarify exactly why we are here and why it's important. And I love what Martin Luther King said about the dream, that we would not look at the color of our skin, but the content of our character. But unfortunately, we've gotten to a place where that is not the mission for many, not all, but for many. And so that's why we're here, and thank you for your comments, and I would never want you to feel uncomfortable that you respond, and then we really do need to just take questions and go.
I thank you very much. It's not my uncomfortableness is more about what we're doing to other people and how we define it. And I think if we look at the way what can I say? The country is now, how it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 100 years ago. It's hard for a lot of people to adjust. But I'll be looking forward to this afternoon, and my uncomfortableness will not keep me quiet. Thank you.
We certainly don't expect you to be quiet, Representative. Okay, any other questions before we move on? All right, Chancellor, again, we really appreciate and respect the fact that you were here today and that you were responsive and that you've done so many great things, and look forward to your written testimony.
Thank you, and I apologize, I will not be here this afternoon, but my team will be. If you have any other further questions, please direct them to the team and we'll get you responses.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you
you.
very much. Committee, next up, we have Marshall Stewart from K-State. He has written testimony, but would you like to also provide personal words? He's the Executive Vice President, so welcome.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman, and I send so you know, President Linton would like to be here today, but we had a standing retreat today for our leadership team, and he just could not get out of it. So he sends his regards and certainly would like to be here. I I'm just going to hit some highlights here. We provided some written testimony. I think it gives you an overview of where we are. Our goal is in 3 buckets, if you want to think about it that way. Number one, there's federal directives that we have to follow, and we do that. We're a public institution, just as Chancellor Girard said, and we're going to follow that. We're going to figure out how to work within that framework. Secondly, the state level, which is what you guys represent, and we certainly have done our very best with Senate Bill 125 and trying to figure out how do we navigate that and, again, fulfill what we want to do to uphold what was passed here in this legislative body. The third area is, as President Flanders said, KBOR guidance. When they provide guidance, we try to attune to that. So there's really 3 areas that we look at. If you have that in front of you, I'll just hit a few highlights of what we have been doing. Again, if you go back and look at our goals and what we've tried to do, we want to be in compliance. We're a public institution. We recognize that. We're a public agency, a state agency, and we want to be a partner with the legislature and do good things in this state. And so in order to do that, we have to work together. So the spirit we come with is that of collaboration, of trying to figure out how to navigate this different time. As Chancellor Girard said, we've had a lot coming at us fast, and we've had to navigate that, and we think we've done a great job. And I want to compliment not only our faculty, but also our leadership team and others involved in Kansas State University for the great job they've done in a very compressed timeline, doing a lot of things. So if you look at one of the first areas we talk about is prior actions that we've been working on really in 2024. Lots of things went on there in terms of diversity statements, admissions, making sure we cleaned all those up, and we did that. So we checked box if you look at that, and what we tried to do there to make sure we're an open access institution, we are that. We have been that for a long time. In fact, if you go back to the very beginnings of Kansas State University, 1863, we had women in those early graduating classes of students, and so we've been very open to students across this state for a long, long time. The second thing we talk about in that section really deals with the transition of what we had in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging office. We did make a transition in 24, move that to be access and opportunity. And we were trying to focus that on more access for students, and more opportunity for students, which is what universities are all about. However, in the midst of all that, the person that was vice president of that area, as you would refer to as DEIB for us, belonging included, she decided to resign and step down. So at that point, we saw an opportunity, saw what was going on at the state and federal level. We decided to go ahead and close that office down. So there is no office of DEI at Kansas State University. There is no vice president there. The person that was in that role did leave the institution. There's no more staff there. Those dollars that were in that office have been redeployed to other things of important interest in, for the institution. So it kind of gives you a sense of what we did there. We also looked at Senate Bill 125 more specifically. Obviously, there was a lot of components in that, but one of the things we had in place when you passed that law, our provost had been leading a team of people to look across the institution at lots of things. The federal landscape was changing rapidly. We had lots of things to address there to make sure we were in compliance. We also saw this coming, and so we were prepared, had a team in place to begin to hopefully take appropriate action as it dealt with the specifics of Senate Bill 125. Again, thinking about that framework, federal, state, and again, KBOR guidance. If there were any adjustments there, what do we need to be doing? So if you look at this document, you'll see that we began to look at all of our positions. We began to look at how we hire. Were there any statements in there with HR to make sure that those were cleaned up, that they didn't refer to DEI, that they didn't require anything like that? Now, again, if there is some sanctioning body above us, outside of us that requires something, we have to take that into account. But again, it was not anything we were driving, and we made sure that happened. We also tell you that we worked very closely with our deans and our colleges, and I want to compliment them for the work they've done. A question was asked earlier, well, what's the cost of this? There was a lot of people cost in this. I don't know what the dollar amount is. We certainly can get that for you if you need it. But again, trying to go through that, making sure we eliminated awards given to faculty that had DEI in them. We made sure that if there was anything that had that reference point, that we pulled that out. So again, it's been a lot of work in a very compressed time to try to get us there. We also begin to look at our policies, our programs, our preferences. You know, what are we doing in terms of various areas? We closed the Spectrum Center, for instance, which was a major center on our campus that really addressed the LGBTQ community. We closed that down because we felt like, again, at the federal level, there was guidance being given, again, guidance here. So we made sure, again, trying to be in alignment with where the state of Kansas is as you try to represent the voters and the constituents you have. We also worked very closely with the Kansas Board of Regents. If you looked at our strategic plan, it referred to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We changed that language, went through the board process to make sure we did that. So it now makes it more inclusive, actually, that it's all people. We don't want to use those words that cause people to think things. We want to just truly be a fully accessible institution. And then if you go down to the area that deals with pronouns, which was obviously, as you might imagine, for many on our campus, a little bit of a rub to tell people what they could or could not put on their email, but we did implement that fully. And we have processes in place that has been accomplished. I will tell you that it did take a lot of doing to work with our faculty and staff and others, but we have done that. And that, again, a checkbox on that. I do want you to know that we continue to be active in this area to try to make sure that if there's adjustments, we do get the phone calls, Madam Chairman. We know people let us know when things are going on. The only area that I will tell you that has been an area that we have not touched, as has already been talked about, is the area of curriculum. Obviously, we sought the guidance, and again, I think as President Flanders laid it up very well, how that decision was made, we have not touched the classroom. So there are courses, as you have articulated already, that do have pieces of DEI in them. I'm not going to deny that. We have not gone there, and if that is something certainly that you want us to look at deeper directive in that area, that will be a tough call. It'll be something we'll have to work on, but it's something certainly that is on that horizon that we are willing to work with you on to do this. You know, Chairwoman Williams, you said early on that you were looking for solutions, and I think very much so that's where we want to be. We want to give the best education we can, we want to do the best research we can, we want to serve the state the best we can too. And that's what Kansas State University is all about. So I'll stop there. If there's any questions, I'll certainly be glad to take any you may have.
All right, thank you, Marshall. Any questions? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming today. And I'll return to the issue of curriculum again. And once again, I appreciate that. I don't think the law requires that you have looked at that,
Right.
but I think that's where we're going. So I think it's useful to talk about that. There was an article on December 8th, so whatever that would be, a week ago, in the Sentinel about a K-State English textbook. Are you aware of that article?
Yes, we have been made aware of a lot of different places, articles, and also courses, and we would be aware of that. Yes, sir.
Yeah. That just so that, people know what we're talking about. That was and is a textbook for the introductory English course at K-State.
Right.
And I've looked into that. That is written by, I think, 5 or 6 faculty member at K-State. And it's called Rewriting, and the re is in parentheses,
right.
Rewriting Communities and Identities. And the introduction to the book says, as part of this process, you, being the student, will be asked to rethink and reconsider some commonly held assumptions about topics concerning human identity and diversity, hence the RE or re in the textbook title. So I had my assistant yesterday call the bookstore at K-State because I wanted to get a copy of this, but they said that it wasn't in stock any longer. I'm curious to know if that's because this textbook is no longer in use, or if you know.
I do not know. I'm not sure why it would not be in the area of the supply store anymore, but certainly if you want to get a copy, I'm sure we can help you get one.
Then another question I had, so English 100, it's a English composition course, I take it?
I believe that's correct,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
And it's within the general studies?
Right.
And to what extent is that a required course? Who must take it or can take it?
A lot of our students take that as a general course, and that is a course that has been lifted up as one that has components of what people would perceive as DEI ideologies in there. And so I will tell you that our provost and the team that's working on that are working closely with faculty to transition that, because we know that's a pinch point. Even though it's not been directed, again, under K-Board guidance for us to do that, we recognize that's coming. And in order to implement it, should it come, we're going to have to be ahead of the curve on this one, right, because the timelines get short. So we're already looking into that. And again, as these things surface, Representative, to us, we're kind of keeping an inventory of where these courses may be. The other thing that's happened that might be helpful to you, we have been asked by this body through legislative research to provide syllabuses for lots of courses, and we have completely complied. That's been no problem for us. So again, if you find those things, and again, if you were to make that distinction to go that direction, we're certainly going to partner and work with you as closely as we possibly can.
Thank you. Just a short comment. So at least this is sort of where I'm going. You know, it's one thing to have a certain ideology, whatever that might be, taught at the universities. I mean, we want diverse opinions and viewpoints. And so it's one thing to have a gender studies program where these ideologies that, quite frankly, I don't agree with, but they need to be talked. I mean, I studied Marxism in college, and it was, you know, that's good. I know about Marxism. That's all a good thing. But it's another thing when these courses, especially something that should be relatively neutral like composition, is not only is required, number one, and then it presents the whole English class composition as a discussion of a political ideology. That's what I think is problematic. But we'll be discussing that further. I appreciate your coming today.
Thank you, sir.
All right. One more question, Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just be interested if the previous speaker would be willing to state the title and author of that book. There's a number of things I'm finding rewrite, and I'm not sure which book we're referencing that is the concern.
Yeah. So it's called Rewriting Communities and Identities. It's the 8th edition by Plymouth. And there are several authors, but the one that I have here is the first author. It's D-E-B-E-S, Debs. And as I looked yesterday, as I said, they were all K-State professors. There were 4 or 5 authors.
All right. We really appreciate the written testimony and the items that you're working on. I know we'll be in communication, and I know that we're working towards excellence here in Kansas, and I am glad that we're all doing this together. A difficult but important conversation here today.
Thank you, Madam.
All right. Thank you. Next up, we have President of Wichita State University, Rick Muma, here. Thank you for making the drive. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be here. Good to be here to talk to you all about this. Just want to circle back to something that you said at the very beginning. You believe in equal opportunity for all and a place for free exchange of ideas. And I just want to let you know that all the committee members, that's where we are as an institution. We strongly believe in that. We've spent a lot of time since I've become president to make sure that people understand what free expression is and what that means and how to engage in that. So in that respect, we're all on the same page. I just want to briefly talk about our compliance with Senate Bill 125, House Bill 2105. We believe that we are following those particular statutes in a lawful way. We did not have a large component in terms of infrastructure and DEI on our campus. And so we went through the proviso and just want to walk through a few of these things. We have eliminated any kind of position related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Again, we didn't have a lot of these positions on our campus. We did have a chief diversity officer. We no longer have a chief diversity officer. In terms of policies and programs, again, we did not have any mandates or policies that will require employees or students or faculty to behave in a certain way and a certain ideology. But we did go and review all of those policies and programs, and if there was any preferences or activities relating to DEI, and eliminated those. In terms of training, we did not have a requirement for DEI training. We do have a requirement for Title IX training. That's a different animal. But we did go and review to see if any departments or any other areas were engaged in any kind of required training. We didn't find any. In terms of grants and contracts, I believe there were a few small state contracts that the state discontinued. You all did that. We've had a couple of federal contracts, grants that were clawed back by the federal government, one from the EPA around environmental justice, and another one that was encouraging faculty particularly female faculty, to enter the STEM fields. Those were pulled back by the federal government. That second one was from the NSF. In terms of the emails, we feel that we're compliant in making sure that there's no gender identifying pronouns or ideology in any signature blocks, employee accounts, and in any other forms of communications like marketing and the syllabi, directory information, and letterhead. And then finally, we have remediated more than 120 scholarships, particularly the ones that were race and sex-based. It was based on a Supreme Court case a couple of years ago. Those have all been remediated. And we did this in a number of ways. We actually formed a task force that met weekly, still meets weekly, communicated expectations to the campus. I provided a town hall around this. And we also audited many of our funding sources, websites. You mentioned that Wichita State had about 4,000 sites that had diversity, equity, and inclusion in it back in October or November when you all looked at that. We did make a decision not to remove historical documents, so that's what it could be, but there aren't current practices around DEI. We also monitored positions, position descriptions, programs, other kinds of training and contracts. And then we worked with our employees, had lots of conversations about what was happening, that these were new laws that were passed in the state and executive orders at the federal level, make sure people understood that we were going to adhere to that. And it took a long time to have those conversations, but those have become worthwhile conversations to have to help move this forward. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. And if possible, if we could have your testimony, written testimony with some summarization of some of those things that you mentioned.
Yes.
Sounds like good work. Any questions? Representative Clayton.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. I know that Wichita State University is strongly supported by our speaker and by our Senate president, and I like a lot of the work that you all have done. It appears that you've been very thorough in your compliance of the law. One of the questions that was asked of a previous university sort of brought this question to mind. So do you and does your university interpret the current law and the current provisos that we have put in place as disallowing your staff from writing or publishing any books or scholarly articles that appear to promote DEI?
Well, as President Flanders mentioned, we believe the House Bill 2105 did not give us an opportunity to go into the curriculum or to the research activities of faculty. So nothing that's currently in statute would prevent faculty from teaching in that area or researching in that area or any other kind of related roles for faculty.
Thank you very much.
And I would just remind that nobody on this committee or outside in these discussions has been talking about those types of mandates. We were talking about anything that is mandated to the student to take. Those are of concern. We're not saying that they, as Vice Chair Lewis said, we're not saying that it went against the provisos that we passed or the legislation that we passed. So just to clarify. Any other questions? I guess I'll just wrap up with one last question, and that's about your town hall meeting. That's pretty neat that you actually, have a task force to look into these matters and make sure there's compliance and there's not any type of discrimination. But can you just give a brief summary of what that town hall meeting entailed and included?
Yeah, that I believe occurred, and they could probably check me behind me, in the spring of 2025 when we were receiving executive orders at the federal level. We typically have town halls a couple times a semester, and we focused one of them on what this meant, what was the expectations, how we were going to move forward, answer questions. That was intended by myself, the provost, vice president for student affairs, and other senior leaders on campus.
Open to the public or just to faculty and students?
Yeah, all those town halls are open to the public.
And is it well attended?
200-300 people.
Well, that's better than ours. So, all right. Well, we appreciate your time being here today. Thank you so much. And if we have additional questions, we will definitely be sending them your way.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, committee, we're moving on to our next individual, and it is, thank you, like I just lost my sheet here. President Ken Hush, are you here, or his written testimony? Oh, he's here. Okay, great. I don't know what I did with it.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well today. You've got a one-pager being handed out to you that we put together. It's high level. I think I've mentioned over the years, I cannot fathom all the reports and reams of things you have to read. So it's a one-pager, bullet points. What you'll notice there is it's also put in kind of a sequence of events, and it's frankly just a 4-year snapshot. The reason of that is that's when I was asked by the Board of Regents to come in as an interim, okay? So this is what I walked into, and so it was mentioned by another previous president that their DEI presence is different than a lot of other universities. Ours is, at the size of institution we are, ours is small, okay? And we'll hit a couple highlights there. What I did on the first couple days, we had our previous DEI executive officer leave. I think it was a month before or something like that. And so I was instructed by internal people we need to hire that up. Day one, we were starting to look at efficiencies, and we're asking loads of questions. I just wanted to know why and this role exists, and why do we need to replace it, and what's the cost. So in looking at that in a short while, what we did realize was we had this person and another junior person, and what we felt that we could merge the two and eliminate one person, okay, and apply some training and some leadership training to the junior and to get them to where we needed. That's what we did. So within a few months, we took decision to not hire in for that role, 1 FTE reduction. It was previously mentioned that, hey, there's been a lot of change, over particularly the last couple of years in the DEI arena and what it means to our institutions. It was all over the board from left to right. What we did notice was internally, we took a decision during this time until it was clarified more and more and more. As you might recall, a couple years ago, I think it was about a couple years ago, there was an audit that was instructed, and it was done. That was pretty much our baseline, what we considered a baseline. And so it had all the details and costs. And we told the team, listen, we're just going to stick to that. We're not going to be changing anything. We're not going to be moving anybody to roles and whatnot. And so we're just going to keep it there and wait to see what happens and what finally happened after the last session. Taken after the last session, and by the way, during this time, we kept it was suggested internally and by a lot of people that we changed even the DEI reference on the front door of our offices. And so we kept it the same. And so we'd make the changes later on. What you can see is you asked previously what the expense is. Again, it's pretty easy for us because we have a small presence. As you can see there a couple years ago, it was $262,000. Okay, where we are at today after the decisions that were made after the session, after taking guidance from, as we all did, from the Board of Regents, we took the decision to totally eliminate our DEI all at once, and it had 3 remaining people, as you can see there. That's what made up the $262,000. It's the first bullet point in the section labeled 2025, our response to the compliance. So We did eliminate those. It was one executive and 2 support people. There was another thing that we removed as well a little bit. So that's what we did. And you can see I'd be repetitive by all the name changes and pronouns, and I think we've all done that, taking guidance from the Board of Regents. So we did remove it from training. We did remove it from a lot of places. The one thing that we did do, we had a freshman first year, the 3rd bullet point, we had a first-year seminar curriculum course that required some DEI references to it. We redesigned that and removed it. So that's what we have done.
All right, thank you, President Tush. Questions, Representative Clayton.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. I'm a proud Emporia State University graduate. When you talk about that freshman curriculum that you eliminated that had some DEI, could you describe the DEI to us? What did the DEI look like?
I do not know the exact details. I'd be glad to provide those.
Yes, because I didn't know
yes.
if it was, diversity within like various religions or what have you, so, because I think that as we try to nail down definitions, we do not have, at least and our revisor of statutes could correct me here, but I don't believe that the state has a definition as to what is or what is not DEI. And so I think that as we continue, especially because it's involving potentially curriculum, given the way the conversation's going, but certainly appropriations, we need to have a set definition as to what it is that we want to get rid of. So thank you. I really appreciate the work, and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
And I would encourage you to read Attorney General Pam Bondi's response of guidelines for eliminating DEI. You'll get some understanding. Also, our committee, you received a document called Freedom from Indoctrination Act, and it details different verbiage. But you may be aware that depending on which author you want to read, you're going to get a range of definitions. But I think there is a general understanding anything that violates federal law is not allowable. So it doesn't matter what you call it. You can call it belonging, you can call it access, you can call it DEI, you can call it diversity, but if it violates federal law, it's not allowable, period. And that's what we're going to be looking at, those items that violate federal law. And moreover, we're looking at just the history of diversity, equity, inclusion in the state for the past 5 years and making sure that we truly have an environment that's inclusive of all students, not dependent on any characteristic that they cannot control, but it truly should be about merit. So those are the things that we are dealing with.
I do want a statutory definition pursued.
Representative Clayton, we would love to have your participation, but I would ask that you wait to be called upon. That is general request and demeanor that we have in our committees. Would that be okay? Yes, you may respond.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Representative.
Real quick on the 3rd bullet point pertaining to your first year seminar, you say that you removed DEI components and align with NISS. That's an acronym playbook. What is that?
It's a counseling. The Board of Regents adopted some recommendations from a consulting firm years ago in a manner to help recruit students, help get students through, start the counseling on academics and their career path on a go-forward basis. That's what that was. And there was funding related to that over the years.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ken, for being here today, and thank you for your service to the state and to Emporia State. I understand you recently retired in your last few days.
Yes.
Thanks for
36
everything.
hours, 2 minutes.
Right. I'm sure it can't come soon enough.
It's been fantastic.
So I wanted to thank you for reviewing your curriculum. It seems like you kind of took things, you saw the direction of the legislature, but you always kind of have seen the direction of the legislature. And we've, if you recall, a few years ago, we were looking to remove certain degrees that didn't really pan out, didn't earn out. And you were one of the few institutions to really respond to that, and you actually got rid of programs and the professors that taught them in order to save Emporia State money, and you saved them quite a bit of money, although you were under a lot of pressure at the time from even our own regents. And so I think that you are in a unique position to speak more freely than some of the other institutions, because you can't be fired for what your opinions are or what you say. But you heard me ask a question earlier today about pressure from the regents on DEI and transparency and changing names of programs. Can you confirm or shed some light on, was there pressure from the regents, the Board of Regents, to continue DEI practices under a different name or lack of transparency?
After the guidance was received this summer, no, none of that existed after that time.
Prior to that?
There were lots of discussions that we all had, both internal and external, that were discussed. I mentioned specifically during this time of these couple years, and with that audit as the baseline, we chose to continue, and we separate or change the DEI department accordingly at a later point in time.
Okay, and then when you followed the direction of the legislature a few years back and got rid of programs, was there pressure from the regents to not do so?
No.
No.
No, they voted unanimously, in the beginning. And so, no, it was large support. We had a phenomenal regent presence. We're under litigation, and I'll just leave it at that. And in which I'm being sued personally for those actions and some other individuals. I think the support has been there in various ways.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
And then since you only have 36 hours left, I guess, is it true that you donated your salary back to Emporia State University?
That is correct. I thought about it 4 years ago and, looked at how we set up the team and applied analysis, and it was totally different than the way Emporia State had been doing that in the past. And I kind of made a self-promise that if it worked and the analysis worked and the team withheld and we took our punches and it produced actual results, and in which it has, you've got one of the cleanest agencies now that we're going to be handing over to you. That was an internal promise and possibility that I made myself. So thank you.
Later in the afternoon, we're going to be talking a little bit about those dead-end degrees, those degrees that are not actually having a return on investment for our students and for our taxpayers. It was also mentioned in the One Big Beautiful Bill that Pell Grant monies wouldn't be accessible for certain degrees that didn't make at least above what you would make if you didn't attend a university, or if you hadn't just had a master's degree, if you had a bachelor's and so forth. So I guess, I want to thank you for giving us a head start in that direction. And my final question, what are you going to do?
On the drive up, I saw the Powerball's over $1 billion, so I'm going to go out and buy a couple tickets on the way home. So, but anyways, we'll see. Take a little bit of a break, and being a native Kansan, I like to do things for my state.
Well, you worked hard. The legislature appreciates you. We have enjoyed getting to know you, and we wish you the very best of luck. Thank you for being here today.
Appreciate it. Happy holidays, everyone.
All right, you too. Committee, we've done a pretty good job. We have other university representative presidents in the audience here. We also have written testimony from Pittsburgh State University from President Newsom. And is there by chance anyone in the audience that had planned on saying a few words that we have missed? All right, excellent. We appreciate the time this morning, and we are almost on time, and we will be on time starting at 1 o'clock. So I would encourage you to go to the snack bar, Wendy's, or across the street as long as you can get yourselves back. We are taking a break. All right, committee, I hope you had a good lunch. We'll go ahead and return back to our business. And before we do, Representative Avercamp, do you have a guest with you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so my wife's here, but took the baby. Baby got hungry, so I get to hang out with Monica Joan. She's my little
Okay.
4-year-old daughter. And if you give her a few minutes,
Okay,
she'll
wonderful.
not be shy. She'll probably introduce herself, but.
Okay, Monica, if you have any questions, you just let us know, okay? And we're look forward to seeing Shannon here in a few minutes. Committee, we're going to go ahead and continue and look at evidence this afternoon. We're also going to have opportunity for discussion and recommendations, and we will wrap up on time at 4 o'clock, so let's not delay. We'll first invite Representative Megan Steele to come up. She's actually going to provide a program overview relating to the university administrations and admission practices, and just, again, a general overview. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perfect. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I have 4 college degrees. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. Do I need to state my name again? No, we're good. Okay. We'll wait till they get the slides up. Okay. Round 2, am I good? Fantastic, great. As I was saying, I have 4 college degrees, an associate, a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD, and I've been teaching in higher education for 10 years. I care deeply about education. And for me, the project of exploring DEI in our university started years ago. But when I came to the legislature, a team of us began to explore the real vastness of this issue. I am profoundly grateful for the assistance and support from the Speaker Pro Tem's office for this presentation, and this project would not be possible without the office's assistance. As word has gotten out about legislators examining DEI amongst our universities, some have asked, what words do we need to get rid of? That question is itself dangerous because this issue isn't about swapping out vocabulary. It's about restoring universities to their core mission of education. Scrubbing terms from campus materials while quietly keeping the same practices is nothing more than intellectual dishonesty dressed up in public relations. And it signals that universities care more about optics than the truth. When institutions hide behind language games instead of being transparent about their actions, they erode trust. Today, I will briefly discuss KBOR and then turn to information from the universities themselves. I recognize that some institutions may argue that certain practices and policies, programs have changed and are no longer in place. With assistance from the Speaker Pro Tem's office and a group of legislators, all web links and documents referenced today were reviewed on their websites in September and October. And much of the evidence that I will discuss today was available on the university's websites just this weekend. I have also provided links and supporting documents. I am presenting evidence and asking questions to better understand because it is the responsibility of legislators to do so. My slideshow is also accompanied by a handout, and on the title of each slide are page numbers, and those page numbers correlate directly with the handouts that you have. I also want to put a disclaimer out that I'm not trying to pick on any one university or the other, so I'm just going in alphabetical order, and I'll begin with Emporia State University after I do the Board of Regents. I believe that it is important to also examine the Board of Regents, as this is just not a university issue. Universities develop the programs, but KBOR approves the program. The universities then implement and teach the programs. And according to KBOR, university programs, or as we might know them in this room to be degrees, they must prepare students for the workforce and for life, and they must benefit the state as a whole for economic growth, research contributions, and advancing other aspirational goals of each institution. And I would really like you to keep those qualifications in mind as we go through some of the evidence here today. The June 18th KBOR letter of guidance to state universities I find to be quite perplexing because SB 125 specifically stated programs and activities related to DEI. This letter led universities to believe that they could not get rid of programs or courses because of, quote, university activities shall not include curriculum, instruction, or research. However, curriculum is specifically included for program acceptance, review, or modification. KBOR knows about these programs and the information in the programs, and their letter to universities allowing them to hide behind academic freedom and not take responsibility undermines the will of this legislature and the people of this state. Emporia State University. Emporia State University has a core value that states the university values diversity. They have a commitment to recognize the value of diversity, and they value and welcome the benefits of diversity. According to ESU's website, they have an Office of DEI, and here's a picture outside of their DEI office with the third line down being diversity and inclusion. ESU has a diversity student programming office listed on their website directory. And their website also contains a senior diversity officer and assistant dean of diversity. This particular faculty notion still notes pronouns as they say they are passionate in their work. And I know that the university testified earlier that they removed this position, but it's still available on their website as of this past weekend. And if they did remove this position, that's great, but if they didn't, what are the specific goals and requirements that this position and this office is doing at the university? ESU, oops, go back one. ESU has a social change program that provides educational and real-world experiences that foster a deeper understanding of justice, diversity, intersectionality, inclusion, advocacy, and belonging. And the programming focuses on race, sexuality, identity, and DEI. They also have a social change program that has a steering committee, and they are committed to supporting, advocating, and amplifying the voices of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. They are also committed to continuing the anti-racist work long after the headlines die down, as they want to be a part of a future that is diverse, inclusive, and liberated. And when I went to verify the link this weekend, it was broken. And we have found a few of these, so I'm not sure if it meant to be broken or what was going on there. The College of Education, they value diversity. They have an applied sociology degree that has a concentration in intersectionality and identities. And the purpose of this degree is that it will help you gain practical tools in areas of justice, equity, and inclusion. ESU has different degrees with application and admission notes noted in their 2025 catalog. It says all qualified applicants to the counselor education receive equal consideration of admission. However, at the end of it, they highly recommend that BIPOC and individuals with disabilities are encouraged to apply. And I'm just curious, why are not all people encouraged to apply? Their residential life handbook has diversity statements and note that they value inclusive, affirming, and socially just communities. They also have themed floor communities with a specific theme being DEI. The Honors College has requirements for participation for graduation. Please note at the bottom of the document that students must attend at least 2 diversity events per academic year to graduate from the Honors College. And I'm just really curious why that is a requirement to graduate from honors when honors should be focused on enhancing curriculum and enhancing knowledge. And a lot of things that I found with Emporia State University mentions this word intersectionality. I don't really know what that means, and I don't know how that is developing students and helping the economic needs of our state. So if someone later on can talk about that and give us an answer, I'd appreciate that, because KU as well as Wichita State have a lot of intersectionality mentioned in their courses and their degrees. Fort Hays State University. Fort Hays State University has a student engagement that has inclusion belonging programs. The student engagement offers educational diversity programs and experiences. And the link used to take you to a place that was said diversity. Now it says community and belonging. But this is where we get into the tricky renaming of things, because their web link still specifically says diversity. The campus community housing contract specifically states they live the values of diversity and inclusion. Their College of Education promotes equity in education. They have a criminal justice degree with a social justice certificate that is designed to provide a deeper understanding of inequality. They have a sociology certificate specializing in gender studies. Sociology also has a certificate in cultural diversity studies that address DEI so students can contribute to a more inclusive and democratic society. These are just a couple examples of social work courses that they have in which they teach oppression, discrimination, social justice, and diversity. And honestly, I'm really curious from Fort Hays, this vast focus on DEI and social justice, if it's really contributed to better teaching, to better learning, and workforce preparation for the students and that are taking these courses and obtaining these degrees. And the other thing that we find a lot of is employee title changes. In October of 25, this particular person was noted to be a legal and diversity counsel. And now in December, she's the legal counsel and diversity culture university culture strategist. So just another example of potential name change. I'm not sure if they got a new contract and they have new job responsibilities or not. K-State University, I would like to put a disclaimer out for K-State. They have been very willing to sit down and have conversations, and they were one of the only universities that offered up extra documents when asked for them. They willingly turned over any information that we requested, and I truly appreciate that from them and their ability to try to do what's right. So thank you, K-State. But I know they mentioned earlier that they did change their mission. Some of the places on their website, it still has diversity, so I just want to make sure that they clean that up and that they really do mean that they encourage all at their university. I'm a bit perplexed by the College of Education. A lot of their syllabi mention that one of their missions of the College of Education is promotion, understanding, and celebration of diversity, as well as they embrace diversity, equity, and fairness. However, a few of the syllabi have the mission changed to promotion, understanding, and celebration of all, and they embrace differences in all learners. So just curious, these are 2 courses that were offered this fall. Did we really adopt a mission change, or did we just have some word changing? They have a Master's of Science degree that focuses on social justice. In their education department, they have a social justice education certificate. They also have a social justice education scholarship. And their College of Education also has a social justice award. And just thinking out loud, we have an education crisis in our state with K-12. The legislature has identified that for years. And I'm curious if, because we're focusing so much on diversity and social justice in our education programs, if maybe that's to contribute for some, if there's a correlation there of why we're graduating students that don't know how to teach students, if maybe this can contribute there. Just throwing that out as a question. The College of Arts and Sciences has a degree requirement of a multicultural overlay. This is part of their gen ed type programs. And so if you're in the College of Arts and Sciences, you must have a course that is labeled as a multicultural overlay, and this is described as it contains a preponderance of their content on race and or ethnicities that are perceived as non-white. The College of Arts and Sciences also has a well-being and belonging committee that aims to recruit and retain underrepresented students and faculty and promote opportunities around social justice. The social work degree, you must have a DEI course in order to graduate. I've been told that the DEI certificate in business is going away. However, it's still advertised on their website and in their 2025-2026 catalog. There's a couple statements in their syllabi that I just have questions around. They refer to faculty that they promote equity and that some of their faculty are safe zone trained. And I'm not sure what this is, what it means. Is this required for all faculty? If it's not, is this just an option thing? I'm not really sure what the safe zone stuff is. Their housing and dining services has a social justice alliance that has a vision to inspire change with inclusion and social justice. The alliance also has a constitution, and their purpose is to educate students about social justice, equity, and inclusion. And the most concerning is that they used to have a faculty senate committee on justice, equity, diversity, access, inclusion, and identity. And that's still on their website, but if you click on the members to see which faculty are part of that, it takes you to a new page that says faculty committee on advancing well-being and faculty for staff. And so here again, we just have potential questions around name changing, or does this specific committee have a completely different charge with completely different objectives to meet? Pittsburgh State University. Pittsburgh State, their general education curriculum fosters an appreciation of diversity, and one of their core objectives is to analyze issues of diversity. Their curriculum pathway is known as the Pitt State Pathway. This is their general education, and they have a core value of diversity. And with Pitt State, the question that I kind of come around to is, it seems like diversity is being prioritized over a core value of academic excellence. And so I'm curious where that fits into their values and their foundation of their university. Again, here's another social work degree that requires diversity in order to graduate. As a nurse, this was deeply concerning to know that they have a master's in education degree focused on school health that has a pillar of diversity in which it says the educator will demonstrate specific attitudes, values, beliefs, and behaviors of which provide equitable learning opportunities for all. Their school counseling degree requires diversity courses. According to their website, Pitt State still offers freshman and transfer students diversity scholarships. Their housing and residential life strategic planning documents specifically state to accept and embrace diversity. And their faculty senate has a committee that they've renamed, and it's a little confusing, and I think they just renamed it, but they still have the same objectives. I'm really not sure, but the faculty meeting minutes are in your handout. The University of Kansas, according to their website, they still have an Office of Multicultural Affairs that provides social justice education for KU students and programming to center community building, liberation, and joy of students with marginalized identities. Madam Chair, this slide was the most concerning and disheartening find on a website. The top one specifically states that KU must continuously address issues of diversity and will take proactive efforts towards increasing diversity. They also have an affirmative action statement in their catalog. It says the university is committed to taking specific result-oriented steps to increase the number of historically underrepresented persons and increase overall diversity. This also states the university shall monitor its efforts through their affirmative action plans. I would love to know what is in those affirmative action plans, Madam Chair. According to their website, they have a vice provost of DEI and belonging, and her pronouns are still listed on her faculty profile. Here is the chair of the Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies program. And again, pronouns are used on this profile as well. The School of Medicine, the Office of Student Engagement, it used to be called the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and then it became the Office of Student Engagement. But here is something that is a bit perplexing, is that the staff essentially remain the same with the same title positions. So we have director, we have senior coordinator, we have senior coordinator, we have program manager, we have program manager, and it's the same people. So were they given new job descriptions under this center, or did we just do a name change? KU Core 34 is dealing with their general education requirements, and they require, in order to graduate from KU, a social awareness course. They have a Bachelor of Arts degree in Gender and Sexuality Studies, and it will focus on social justice. And at the completion of the program, students will be able to use various frameworks such as intersectionality and oppression. They have a Bachelor of Arts in Human Sexuality with the same as before, and it's just that whole intersectionality thing. If we could get some explanation from the universities on that, it would really help clear up some questions that I have. Bachelor of Social Work, this is a bit alarming as their students will be able to engage in anti-racism and DI practices as well as social justice. They have a applied behavioral science, and they used to, inside the applied behavioral science, have a funding opportunity for DEI, but they named it Impact and Belonging Funding Program, but when you open the document to fill out to apply for this funding, it still says DEI. So again, are we just name changing, or are we truly returning our academic institutions back to academic excellence? KU School of Medicine also has a student group known as White Coats for Black Lives Matter, and I'm just would like to know, what is the purpose of this group? What is their mission at the university? Wichita State University, they have strategic goals of inclusive excellence that promotes the evolving diversity of society by focusing on diversity and access for all students, and they have core values of access and equity. And I know earlier today in testimony, the representative from Wichita State talked about things that they have removed and that they have done. But the biggest concern is this is in foundational documents of a university. These specific things are foundational to this university. So you can get rid of a program, you can get rid of a course, but until the universities dig deep and get into their foundational documents and really focus on what their mission and core values are, I'm concerned about where we're really going to be with just potentially getting rid of a course. The general education requirements at Wichita State University, they have to have a diversity course, and they have several courses designated as diversity course. Again, is this workforce development? Is this economic development for our state? The College of Education, they are focused on diversity, and most of the college education curriculum requires 3 different diversity courses. The Honors College wants to embrace diversity on their applicants. It's part of their application. And they also have an honors course titled Black Lives Matter that discusses the oppression of Black people in America. I included this in here just for you to take a look at. These are a lot of different courses that are needed for the women's ethnicity and intersectionality studies. They have a diversity studies certificate, and it specifically talks about acquiring an appreciation for the world's diversity and an understanding of the roots and privilege of oppression. This is an example of when I mentioned a bit ago about their general education. If you look at this page 68 of the evidence document, you'll see a lot of things highlighted that says course includes diversity content. And this is noted throughout all of their undergraduate handbook. There's over 200 courses that diversity is included in. Almost half of the sociology courses contain this saying, and approximately 25% of the social work courses contain this saying. And just for a little bit of context, diversity, the word diversity is used almost 800 times in their undergraduate handbook. This, as a nurse, I teach nursing students to save your life. This course was very frustrating to see. This is a course called Human Lactation and is, quote, for the student interested in supporting lactating people. Why could we not say women? The Student Health Services, as mentioned earlier, they continue to do gender-affirming care with hormones and prescriptions. The Student Engagement and Belonging, I believe that these, according to this news article that's posted on their website, they merged departments together, but they still have a huge focus on diversity. They belong to the Student Center. The Student Center has core values of diversity. And these are just examples of some faculty that they have or staff that they have there. And all of their expertise is dealing with DEI, LGBTQ task force. And I'm just curious, like, with all of this expertise in this belonging office, if they could explain that'd be good. The student engagement and belonging, these are financial documents that are located on the website. In fiscal year 2020, or hold on one second, I apologize, I'm back a slide. There are two separate areas on this fiscal document that has $23,000 designated for an RU in BASS, diversity and inclusion. So I assume that that means it's $46,000 total, and I'm not sure if this is a position or for activities or what that is, but I believe we did talk about not having finances for that. This is a student fees. This one also I would like some understanding on. In fiscal year 2025, they had a student fee for the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. But in 2026, it's not there. So I just kind of assumed, well, maybe if that student fee is between $11 and $12, that the student fees for this fiscal year should be down if we don't have that office. But it looks like they just added them to student involvement. It just looks interesting. Maybe the Wichita State would like to explain their student fees for that. Academic officers, I know that was discussed earlier, but still listed on their website as well as their catalog for this year. Their catalog states they have a vice president and chief inclusion officer, but on her faculty profile page, it just says vice president. So I'd like to know what her job descriptions are. I'm almost done, I promise. The College of Applied Studies, it's the same thing. They have under professional experiences, he's listed as the assistant dean for diversity and outreach. But under his picture, he's listed as the Assistant Dean for Students and Experience. So again, are we just renaming? Did we get new job descriptions, new duties that need to be assigned and fulfilled? The Housing and Residential Life, they celebrate the diversity of students and staff, and they value justice, equity, and diversity. They also have a residence life coordinators and have taken part in training specifically on gender identity and expression issues. And this training was provided through the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. So if I could just have some understanding, some clarification, what is this training? Is it required training? And this was published for the 25-26 catalog, still mentioning the Diversity and Inclusion Office, which goes back to my questions earlier. Do they have the office? Do they not? What is the office focused on? Some clarification around that would be great. If you need more, I have hundreds of pieces of documents and websites and screenshots. If you need more, please feel free to ask. Madam Chair, I don't know if you want me to just go through additional questions and possible solutions that I have, or if you would like to wait and save time for later.
Thank you, Dr. Steele, Representative Dr. Steele. So why don't you hit a couple questions and a couple potential solutions, and then we'll take questions from your peers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of the questions I asked already throughout. I'm really curious about the affirmative action plans from KU. Very curious about those. I'm concerned that we actually might have a major discrimination issue going on there. That's very highly concerning. Also in our budget, there was student access and success programs receive over $5 million. I think as a legislature, we should really explore what are these funds for? What are the universities using them for? Because those words are often tied with the DEI offices and the renaming of DEI offices. And then some potential solutions that I have. To kind of mention K-State again, they tried to do this earlier this year. HLC is the Higher Learning Commission. This is the accrediting body for our institutions, and they put out a recommendation to decrease gen ed hours, to decrease the required hours from 120, and you could decrease it down to get a baccalaureate degree. K-State did submit to KBOR a proposal to do this with a degree. I believe, I don't want to misunderstand, but I believe that KBOR kind of tabled that, potentially formed a committee to take a look at that. But I find this to be a silver platter for KBOR and our universities to get rid of some of the fluff and focus on what the students are going to school for. Is it engineering? Is it to be a teacher? Is it to be a nurse? And focus on those core courses and get rid of the fluff. The One Big Beautiful Bill also mentions the do no harm test. That was mentioned a bit earlier this morning. And then I really feel like that the legislature needs to require universities to explore their programs, their courses, and eliminate these DEI practices. And quite frankly, if they can't do that, I do think the legislature has the right to look potentially at some defunding issues if these problems continue to occur. I stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll take a few questions. Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Representative. So going back on your slides when you talked about question number one of the things that jumped out at me was that there was a DEI certificate in business that was offered at one of the universities. I didn't write it down. I'm sure you would know over me. But so here's the problem, is that what we want as legislators is to make sure that we are funding an education that allows Kansas students to succeed. But the problem is that we cannot tell the private sector, private business, what to do or what not to do. So if private businesses, in particular in a global economy, want to engage in DEI, they might need to do that in order to be competitive. In particular, if they are working with other countries that have vastly different cultures than the culture that we have in the Midwest, if we want our students from Kansas to get a degree that earns them money and makes them successful, in particular in business, can I at least ask that we consider, at least for business majors, that opportunity to get a DEI certificate, because they might need it to compete in a global economy, and we, the government, cannot and should not tell businesses that they can't engage in DEI. That is a private sector business's right. Their right is to make money. And if engaging in DEI helps them rake in cash, in particular if it helps Kansas students earn money to provide for their families, I would at least ask that we consider to keep that DEI certificate for business safe. Thank you.
And Representative and committee, let's make sure we're asking questions. This is not an opportunity for each of us to espouse all of our viewpoints on all of the issues or on the testimony. She is providing evidence as she decided to see, as she sees fit. You can agree or disagree. Nobody in this committee is offering any type of solution at this point, and we're not voting on anything. So again, to expedite this process, please ask a question. If anyone in this committee is going to just give their viewpoints, it'll be right up here. No.
One more question?
No, we're done. Anyone else? Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious, I have a couple of questions. I'm curious, it was mentioned that there was a request for information and one of the universities was good about that and the other. Who was making that request? Because I was not, if it's from this committee or whatever, that is not something that I was aware of or supported.
Sure, I made the request through legislative research.
Okay, thank you for that information. And I would just note that when it comes to syllabi, that is not a property of the universities or the state of Kansas or any government entity. That's intellectual property by our professors. So I think that's probably fine that we don't have access to all of that. My other question, when we passed this diversity, equity, and inclusion bill, I didn't see anything in there that said that websites can't say the word diversity. Is that an interpretation? I don't understand why saying the word diversity is problematic.
The actual statement was to eliminate any mandates, policies, programs, preferences, and activities relating to. So if you've got that on your website, that would apply to be a policy, a program, a preference, or activity.
Okay, thank you. I disagree with that, but thanks for your clarification. And then my final question, I'm just curious, looking through the presentation, who is Peyton Davis? That's on the last slide. It says, thank you, Peyton Davis, and then a phone number and website.
I have Representative Dr. Megan D. Steele with my phone number.
Oh, okay. That, in the copy that was sent to us in advance, it had somebody else's name there, so I just was curious if there was somebody that we hired to work on this or someone who helped with it.
No, I spent a lot of evenings, early mornings, scrolling through websites and reading documents.
All right, thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was a little curious also about diversity since you mentioned that it appeared 800 times. Whenever I think 800 times, you must have been looking for something. I would also say, when you talked about multicultural affairs, we no longer really have that as a separate office at the University of Kansas. I will also say that I am Dr. Barbara Ballard also on my campus. So I'm very familiar with the university settings. And of multicultural affairs, it makes up Asian, Hispanic, Native American, and Black. Those are the three that we've always wanted to make sure. And we added another one, first generation, whether it's white or people of color, because those were people that don't ordinarily have an opportunity to go to school. So I guess in looking at what you were looking at, and again, I'm not sure what you were looking at, I would say, is there a problem with trying to increase populations on your campus, whether it's first generation or of color, when almost all of our campuses have less than 6% population, if that high, on our campuses?
My intent is not to discourage anyone from obtaining a higher education. My focus is on education and ensuring that our higher institutions of learning are focused on academic excellence. And I also care deeply about the truth. And if we don't have the truth, trust is eroded.
I'm not sure what truth has to do with it when you were fact-finding. And sometimes finding fact also creates truth. I have no further question.
Representative Sweeley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Steele, for being here today. You would agree that some of the problems found in, or some of the highlights here are bigger priorities than others, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you've worked, it's kind of a team or whatever you want to call it, a group that has worked with the Crawler app that have done this. So if the universities do want to be proactive, I guess, and be able to access that information, would we be able to give them that Crawler device to do this? On some of the, not just, you know, just diversity or whatever it is, instead of reorganization or anything else. Not the bigger problems, but just kind of taking out certain language.
But it's not about taking out the language, right? It's about returning our academic institutions to excellence and focusing on education. And all you have to do is go to a university website and just start scrolling. You can hit Control F, that's the find, and just type in diversity or type in social justice, and it will pop up on those screens. Read the documents. There's lots of PDF documents all over the websites. And so you can open those PDF documents, hit Control F, and find all kinds of information.
No, and I do agree with you. That is a big problem. But I'm talking about just if they do, if there is something changed that's still on the website, if they do have something changed after the 2105 went into effect and it just happens to be still on the website or something, would we be able to work with them to get that stuff off?
I'm willing to work with anyone. I really care about education, and I care about our academic institutions focusing on academics. And I know that whenever you discuss this whole DEI issue, you know, people discuss academic freedom and what can and cannot be said. I'm not here to do any of that. Professors can still teach what professors want to teach, but we cannot compel students to agree to it, and we cannot require those courses. And that's what the universities, in my opinion, should be fixing.
Thank you.
All right, committee. Thank you so much, Representative Dr. Steele, and we appreciate your testimony, and it is in the record. Next, we have another representative, Representative Dale Hulwig. He will be talking about student training, instruction, orientation, and his experiences. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Committee. I am Dale Helwig. I'll wait for him to get the slide pulled up here. So. We're good? Okay. Today, I'd just like to kind of give you my experience that I had at K-State. I am a former extension agent with K-State University on the extension program. My role was an agricultural agent in the county of Cherokee. I also had many 4-H responsibilities during that time, and for a short time, I also acted as a family and consumer science agent as we had a lapse in staffing at the time. I want to emphasize that what I experienced was not locally driven DEI activity, but rather instruction and policy originating from the national and the state levels that filtered down to the counties. As certain state level issues emerged, we began investigating their origins and discovered that these initiatives were part of a broader national strategy. Which button is it? There we go. Okay. At the national level, 4-H had made a concerted effort to integrate LGBTQ advocacy into the 4-H program, an organization that I believe should remain neutral. The following examples demonstrate efforts within Extension on the DEI efforts. According to the Journal of Extension, systematic advocacy was encouraged to demonstrate an unyielding commitment to equity and inclusion. This included mandatory professional development for staff and fostering inclusive through the display of LGBTQ affirming posters and rainbow flags. While the stated goal was to make LGBTQ youth feel welcome, little consideration was given to the fact that others might find these displays offensive or exclusionary. Had someone displayed a Christian flag or other belief-based symbols, it would likely have been viewed as discriminatory towards LGBTQ youth. In practice, this standard appeared to only apply in one direction, the non-discrimination statement. The national strategy further directed administration to create and institutionalize these efforts. This included effectively implementing the university's non-discrimination statement, which was interpreted to require policies governing pronoun usage, restroom access, showers for overnight programs, and lodging arrangements. In my view, non-discrimination policies were being reinterpreted in ways that favored one group over others. At the national level, a 4-H equity design team was established, one member being the Director of Extension at K-State University. The stated mission of the team was to examine barriers to innovation and change within the 4-H to meet the goals of the 4-H Opportunity Statement. The stated goal was to reach 10 million youth by 2027 who fully reflected the demographics and social conditions of the nation. The rationale provided was that a belief that building a more inclusive, diverse, and equitable organization would enhance social mobility and strengthen communities. This was presented as a 5 to 6 year strategic plan. Among the identified barriers were claims that 4-H reflects a dominant white privilege culture and struggles to hire and retain culturally competent staff. Oops, I think I got off on my slides there. They did state some various goals. Of those goals, 4-H, all 4-H programs being youth-centered and culturally relevant. Another goal, sustain funding to scale DEI-focused programs, and increasing 4-H curriculum centered on DEI and social justice. It also stated supporting training that encourages civil discourse. And the most scary one that I was a part of was implementing practices to coach up or coach out volunteers who did not support DEI efforts. I believe that was very rampant in extension of trying to coach out or coach up people to support DEI efforts. Many of these policies and strategies were promoted by ECOP, Extension Committee on Organization and Policy, which also endorsed principles rooted in critical race theory. In this publication, they say, in order to enact equitable practices, one must understand oppression and privilege. They go on to say that there are certain dominant cultures in America. Some include white, middle class, wealthy, heterosexual, men, Christians, people with college degrees, American citizens of all things, and English-speaking people. I would just say equity is wanting the same outcome, but I believe in equality. Everyone has an equal opportunity. Outcomes are determined individually. One of the ECOP publications also stated, youth development educators have the responsibility towards social injustice. Otherwise, they are maintaining the status quo of privilege. I believe these sentiments are what directly contributed to K-State's university's push for navigating the difference training. When I became an agent in 2013, this training was optional. By 2017, it was mandatory for all agents and still is to this day. While most trainings offer at least some valuable insight, part of the training that I attended was based on the assumption that white privilege exists and that as a white male, my success was primarily due to social status rather than personal effort and worth ethic. There are other numerous documents supporting DEI within 4-H, most of those from the national level. Given how deeply embedded these efforts were at both the national and state levels, I question whether meaningful change has occurred. These efforts were not limited to 4-H. It was found in the family and consumer science discipline as well. For example, the publication Cooperative Extension's National Framework for Health, Equity, and Wellbeing, produced by ECOP's Health Innovation Task Force, which included a contributor from K-State University. This document asserted that climate change and systematic racism are fundamental drivers of public health disparities. The publication stated that racism should be framed not as a randomly distributed social determinant of health, but as a fundamental cause in shaping norms, policies, and practices. It further argued that framing racism as a public health issue compels organizations and government entities to address it systematic like any other public health threat. Ultimately, the main reason I left K-State was how transgender youth were being housed at the Rock Springs Ranch. Housing assignments were based on self-identified gender listed on the registration forms, per a non-discrimination policy workflow distributed to all the agents. Dormitories were labeled as boys and girls, yet youth were housed according to gender identification, and which was not verified. Parents were not informed if their child would be housed with the transgender youth. My concern was and remains that a parent would unknowingly send a child to camp expecting segregated housing, only later to discover otherwise. This concern was not hypothetical. Such an incident did occur. If parents objected, it could be interpreted as discriminatory according to the workflow. I also found troubling that if youth approached me and disclosed to me that they were transitioning or questioning their gender, I was prohibited from informing the parents. Agents were instructed to affirm the youth's identity without question. I do not believe these policies have changed. A recent inquiry regarding current housing practices at Rock Springs got the following response. At Rock Springs Ranch, parents or guardians indicate whether a camper is male or female, and housing is assigned accordingly. There is no verification to that process, I do not believe. That would be one of the questions I want to know. DEI remains embedded at the highest levels of 4-H, although terminology has shifted from diversity, equity, and inclusion to access, equity, and belonging. I question whether this represents change or a simple rebranding. And as I finish up, if you're looking for conversation for this holiday season at your family gatherings, you can purchase these at the K-State bookstore. These are conversation cards. I have to ask, how is DEI necessary in fulfilling Extension's mission? I guess another question I would have too, I recently learned that as of July 1, K-State Extension is no longer housed in the College of Agriculture. It is now housed in the Office of External Engagement. My question would be, why? So I was told that the agent's job is still the same. So if the agent's job is still the same and we have ag, fax, 4-H, and community vitality, why did that have to change offices? And how is that furthering Extension's role of bringing research-based material to the masses? So with that, thank you, Madam Chairman, and I will stand for any questions.
Committee, what questions do we have? Representative, I'll just ask one question. So you became aware of some of these issues, and you also, can you describe to us any communications with parents, community members, their concerns? Can you give us a overall feeling of what's been going on in the background relating to Rock Springs or any of the extension activities?
I don't know what's currently happened. I know at the time, whenever that policy came out, or they won't call it a policy, it was non-discrimination is how they worded that. The kids were protected. They had taken different steps. I felt like that was not enough. I did inform anybody in my county that wanted to go what could possibly happen. Of course, I got some pushback, a lot from that. Things I don't think have really changed. Most of this stuff that I showed today, there was a sentiment from the state level. Most of that came from the national level. I don't think they had, to get things into the community, you've got to first indoctrinate the agents. And so that's kind of where they were in the process, I believe, of bringing that down. Now, since then, I think with this change in administration, things have backed off a little, but I believe it's still there at the highest levels of pushing DEI and 4-H.
And before you sit down, Representative Humphries, this is actually for you. For the legislation that we passed for the overnight, I believe that was in the education, not judiciary, so you may not recall. But the overnight stays, if you were on a field trip, we did pass legislation that parents had to be informed. I don't know if that would relate to a camp. Do you know? Or I guess we could ask the revisers.
Great idea.
Okay. So if you would look that up, then we'd at least know if our legislation covers any type of camp or activity.
Yeah, the Women's Bill of Rights, is that, yep, that's
Yes.
the one we're talking about.
Representative Lewis.
Right, so I just have a question that you would, I think, know by virtue of your experience with 4-H and the Extension Service. And I was a 4-H'er, but I don't know the answer to this. How is it funded? Is it funded through K-State?
So 4-H is a funding mechanism to the USDA. So there are some state funds in there. They get a portion of federal funds, a portion of state funds, and then, of course, they are in all 105 counties, so there's also some local funding that goes into that. It's kind of a complex funding mechanism.
Thank you. When I follow up to that, so you said it's part of USDA, which makes sense. So is that the main driver of policy, or is K-State, or how do they interface that way?
So I'm not sure. I don't think really those policies came through USDA. They were through the 4-H, National 4-H Council that is up in DC. There are a lot, they do have some lobbying in the USDA, but I don't think it directly came from USDA, the policies. It came from the National 4-H Council.
And the 4-H Council is funded by federal monies?
I'm not sure how all
Okay.
that, there is some private money in that. I do not know that
All right.
question.
Thank you.
totally. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Representative. We have another question. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier in the presentation, there was a screenshot of a Pride Month post from 4-H from a couple years ago, and I think the comment was something along the lines about that's not something that 4-H should participate in, but I didn't get a lot of understanding of why. Why is it an issue to have LGBTQ pride and encouragement for those kids to participate in 4-H.
Everyone is welcome in 4-H. There's never been any discrimination. But when you're favoring one group over another, I feel that's a problem. If there had been a Catholic post or a Right to Life post in that, I think that would have been immediately called discrimination. So I think 4-H is an entity that should remain neutral on those deals. We're there to cultivate youth and to get them into leadership positions in our nation.
Thank you. I would just caution putting sexual orientation on an opposing side of different religions, because those are very different things. I just don't see Catholicism or Christianity as like the other side of LGBTQ plus kids. I can't see that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative. We appreciate your testimony. We have another doctor in the House, Representative Dr. Sherry Brantley. I think this room is full of them today, and we welcome your testimony.
My slideshow. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present observations regarding the role of diversity, equity, and inclusion, commonly referred to as DEI, with educator preparation accreditation in Kansas. I'm Representative Dr. Sherry Brantley, and today I will discuss how DEI-related expectations appear within the accreditation process through the partnership between the Council for Accreditation of Educator Preparation, CAPE, and Kansas State Department of Education, KSDE. By way of background, I hold an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, 2 master's degree, and a doctorate in education. I spent 37 years in pre-K through 12 education at multiple levels, and have also served as an assistant professor in higher education. For several months, we have been reviewing publicly available materials related to DEI implementation at Kansas universities. While examining university websites, I also reviewed the educator preparation accreditation process. What I found was a level of integration that warrants legislative awareness and review. I want to be clear to the outset. This testimony is not an argument against treating students with dignity, fairness, or respect. It's not opposition to diversity in the classroom, nor does it reject equal opportunity under the law. My concern is how specific accreditation frameworks are being implemented through administrative partnerships, how those standards are applied in practice, and what this may mean for academic freedom, institutional autonomy, transparency, accountability, and the appropriate role of legislative oversight. CAPE's mission statement affirms that it advances equity, diversity, and inclusion as part of its organizational purpose. The CAPE initial licensure standards, revised and effective in 2022, incorporate DEI-related expectations across multiple accreditation components. Yeah, a little bit delay. All right, accreditation serves a specific and limited purpose, ensuring quality, rigor, and competence in educator preparation programs. Historically, accreditation has focused on subject matter knowledge, pedagogical skills, classroom management, professional ethics, and student learning outcomes. Accreditation traditionally relies on objective, observable, and defensible standards related to professional preparation. It has not historically been used to assess belief systems or ideological commitments. Under the current CAPE standards, as implemented through KSDE, accreditation extends beyond traditional measures and professional competence, and includes expectations related to equity-focused outcomes. This represents an expansion of scope that merits legislative awareness. CAPE, the accreditation agency, is the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation, outlines its vision, its mission, and strategic goals on its website. One of the stated strategic goals focuses on diversity, equity, and inclusion. You will see that here, noted on this slide as goal number 4. While CAPE provides a definition for diversity in its glossary, definitions for equity and inclusion are not available, even though these concepts are incorporated into accreditation expectations. Again, this slide has a screenshot of the glossary for the word diversity, which includes a definition. Equity and inclusion are not included. KSDE has entered into a formal partnership with CAPE that aligns Kansas Educator Preparation Program approval with CAPE accreditation. For many institutions, maintaining CAPE accreditation is closely tied to continued state recognition. This structure results in a private accrediting organization establishing national standards. KSDE relying on those standards in conjunction with Kansas specific educator preparation requirements and institutions aligning their programs accordingly to maintain approval. As a result, CAPE standards can function in practice as requirements for state approval, even though CAPE is a private organization that is not a state agency but a third party, is not elected, and does not operate through Kansas legislative or administrative rulemaking processes. This structure raises questions about the clarity of authority and oversight that merit legislative review. The CAPE standards require educator preparation programs to address DEI-related expectations across several areas, including curriculum design, candidate assessment, clinical experiences, faculty responsibilities, and program outcomes. These requirements extend beyond the awareness of diverse student needs and call for alignment with DEI frameworks that are actively debated in academic literature. Within CAPE materials, equity is generally presented through an outcomes-focused lens that emphasizes addressing disparities among student groups. While this approach is supported by some scholars, it represents one of several perspectives within education research. The Kansas State Department of Education establishes Educator Preparation Program, EPP standards. They guide standards to guide teacher preparation within Kansas. While KSDE partners and endorses the CAPE standards for university accreditation, these standards remain the authoritative framework for educator preparation in Kansas. CAPE provides standard workbooks to guide institutional self-studies under the 2022 standards. These materials emphasize documenting efforts related to equity and continuous improvement. During accreditation and program review, these workbooks operate as structured guidance documents that strongly influence how institutions document compliance. Faculty are often asked to map syllabi, assessments, and program objectives to DEI-related expectations. Candidates may be evaluated on reflective assignments related to equity concepts in addition to instructional competencies. While reflection can be a valuable instructional tool, its use as an evaluative component warrants careful consideration. Failure to demonstrate sufficient alignment may place accreditation status and program approval at risk, creating a significant pressure for institutions' compliance. This is an example from the workbook of the self-study that universities are required to provide a narrative based on the evidence they see of equity, diversity, and inclusion in their program. Here's another example. And another example. And another example. And another example. The Interstate Teacher Assessment and Support Consortium InTask Model Core Teaching Standards were developed by the Council of Chief State School Officers, CCSSO, as a national framework describing what beginning teachers should know to be able to do. The standards address areas such as learner development, instructional planning, assessment, classroom environments, professional responsibility, and collaboration. CAPE uses the InTask standards as the foundational framework for CAPE Standard 1, which governs content and pedagogical knowledge in educator prep programs. Under CAPE accreditation, colleges of education are required to align coursework, clinical experiences, and candidate assessments to the InTask standards, and to provide evidence that teacher candidates demonstrate proficiency consistent with those standards. Within the InTask framework, there is a language related to addressing learning differences, fostering inclusive learning environments, and supporting the success of all students. These elements are often associated with the practice and concepts commonly described as diversity, equity, and inclusion. Though the standards are framed broadly around instructional effectiveness, learner support, and professional responsibility, rather than prescribing beliefs and viewpoints. CAPE relies on these standards as a professional benchmark. The institutions voluntarily seek CAPE accreditation to demonstrate program equality and to meet state and licensure expectations. Neither InTask nor CAPE functions as a state regulatory body, and the standards themselves do not force law. Decisions regarding whether and how such standards are recognized, adopted, and relied upon within Kansas remain matter of state authority and legislative oversight, consistent with Article 6 of the Kansas Constitution. InTask provides a national teaching framework. CAPE uses that framework for accreditation purposes, and any incorporation of those standards into Kansas public institutions occurs through those policy choices made at the state level. This slide is a crosswalk to show where the standards started and the revisions. You can see the changes in the third final column, showing the link to the materials and how those changes have incorporated different DEI components, which may include social emotional learning. KSDE provides links to resources utilized in the accreditation process. Committee members, you should have a copy in your links of this slideshow, and it shows you the EPP accreditation standards along with the CAPE standards, and you should also have a copy of the partnership contract. This slide represents a screenshot of a foundational structure reflection rubric used to note the level of implementation of leadership and educator capacity building. When accreditation standards emphasize particular frameworks, faculty and candidates may perceive limited flexibility in how those frameworks are discussed or critiqued. Some may feel discouraged from offering alternative scholarly perspectives. Candidates may feel pressure to use approved terminology or frameworks in reflective assignments to ensure successful completion of program requirements. This perception can affect open academic discourse within preparation programs. You will notice the live links here from the CAPE website list all of the different universities when their initial accreditation, or initial licensure accreditation or their advanced licensure accreditation occurred and when it ends. On the far right, you will see the action accreditation reports. This first example of accreditation action report is from the Kansas State University College of Education, which shows they met the initial and advanced licensure standards. The second example is Emporia State University Teacher College, which only notes that they probably only applied at the time for the advanced licensure, and which they met. The third example is from the University of Kansas School of Education and Social Sciences. They met the initial and advanced accreditation standards. This slide highlights the universities accredited by CAPE. The chart includes both initial and advanced licensure, along with their start and end dates. This slide also notes the private universities in Kansas that are accredited by CAPE. A key concern is how accreditation standards influence educator preparation policy without clear documentation of legislative discussion or formal adoption. Questions that I have: how and when were DEI-related accreditation expectations incorporated into Kansas educator preparation requirements? What formal approvals or reviews have occurred at the state level? How are accreditation guidance documents used during the KSDE program review? Clarifying these processes would strengthen transparency and public confidence. Because Kansas continues to experience challenges related to teacher recruitment and retention, additional accreditation expectations may be perceived by some candidates as barriers to entry, particularly when requirements extend beyond instructional skill and content knowledge. Ensuring that accreditation remains focused on effective teaching preparation may help broaden the pipeline of quality candidates. While DEI initiatives may change in title or terminology, the underlying frameworks often remain consistent. This highlights the importance of clear definitions and ongoing legislative awareness of how such frameworks are applied within accreditation systems. These observations do not call for abandoning fairness and inclusivity. Rather, they suggest the need for clearly defined boundaries and transparent processes. A balanced approach, one that prioritizes instructional excellence, open inquiry, and accountability, will best serve the Kansas educators, students, and communities. Nothing in this testimony is intended to assert a constitutional violation. Instead, it is offered to inform legislative consideration, oversight, and potential clarification of accreditation policy and practice in Kansas. Thank you for the opportunity to share today, and I stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Representative Brantley. We're going to pause just one moment. Jason, can you give us an update on the overnight stays?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I believe the question was the application of the Women's Bill of Rights to overnight stay accommodations for students. And the Women's Bill of Rights does two things. It applies a definition of sex to mean the biological sex is determined at birth. One, it is used in all state laws and state rules and regulations, which I don't believe were in place with respect to this type of extension program. The other thing it does is require the recording of sex based on biological sex as determined at birth for any collection of vital statistics, which again was not a part of this extension from K-State. I will note there is a statute that was enacted in 23 that requires school districts have a policy for overnight accommodations for school-sponsored travel for students that requires accommodations be arranged by biological sex as determined at birth. That could or could not have been applicable in this situation. I'm not sure what the dates were for the information that was provided on these particular programs. That became effective July 1st of 2023, so it wouldn't have been in place until the 23-24 school year.
So that overnight stay bill, Senate Bill 26, did we override that from the governor's veto?
I would have to check on the history of the legislation. It did become law on July 1st of 2023.
The overnight stays?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to, yes, Representative Humphreys, and then we'll, yes, please.
Oh, yes. Just for the record, the overnight stay bill is KSA 72-6286. 72-6286. And for reference, the Women's Bill of Rights is codified at KSA 77-207.
Okay, we are going to take a comment from Representative Humphreys
just real
about
quick,
this.
just super
Okay.
quick. So the overnight stay bill, it was about it was about school visits, but there was one section, capital letter A, that it does pertain to travel by any club or other organization that is recognized by the school. So I don't know if 4-H is recognized by the schools, but if it is, then it would apply in this case, but I don't know if it is or not.
Okay, we'll look into that.
Okay.
I would think it would be if they come in, but I'm not sure. We only have time for a couple of questions because we need to move forward. Are there any questions for Dr. Brantley, Representative? Well, I will ask one. So in terms of the accreditation, if a university that has a teacher education program does not fulfill some of those DEI requirements, would they not be accredited? Or are there other organizations that they can be accredited by?
From what I understand by reading the CAPE requirements is that it would be found deficient and they would have a rejoinder that they would have to address those issues for further consideration.
All right, so it sounds like we have a conflict between what accreditation is requiring and what the universities are training their teachers in their programs, and that they are not. So right now, would it be correct to say that our courses for all of our future teachers are tied in with this requirement for diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Yes, to get the CAPE accreditation.
Okay, well, that sounds like something, Representative Brantley, that you can pursue and perhaps bring back to the legislature.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, committee, we're going to go ahead and move to our next testimony provided by Thomas Adcock. And he is the founding chairman for the chapter of Young Americans for Freedom from Kansas State. And he's going to share a little bit about his personal experience. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to address this kind of as a letter format, so I written as that just for everyone's sake. Greetings from Thomas, a Catholic, a veteran, student of history, and the founder of Young Americans for Freedom chapter at Kansas State University, to the House Select Committee on Government Oversight, and to the people of Kansas more broadly. During the season of Advent, as we prepare to celebrate the birth of the one and only true God, our Lord Jesus Christ, may He bestow a blessing upon all of you and grace upon your families. I am speaking to you today, the committee, and to the people of Kansas as a whole. My goal of my speech is not to complain about those who stand politically in opposition to me, nor about those things in which they support, for I do not wish this to be viewed simply as someone who is just complaining. Rather, I come to you as someone who has a commitment to the understanding of truth and the well-being of the people of this great state for generations to come. I must note that part of the story in which I'm about to share is one of Joshua Hicks, who was tragically killed in a car accident over spring break of this year. So this speech is in memory of him as he helped me speak about this issue. As I mentioned, I'm a veteran, having served in the Army from 2018 to 2021 as a cavalry scout. I got out of the Army after I was told I was too patriotic and needed to be less proud to be an American by one of my NCOs. Even within our own schools, falsehoods like this belong to the coward, whereas the duty of the brave is to uphold the universal truth. Not your truth, not my truth, but the truth. When I founded the YAF chapter, I knew the uphill battle of DEI that we were fighting to seek the uphill battle of DEI that we are fighting at the university to seek universal truth. The problem has affected many aspects of the university, from the classroom curriculum to administrational practices and policies. To be charitable, the school has done an immense amount of work to remove outwardly expressions of DEI in their wordings and their websites, such as, and also physical spaces such as a Spectrum Center, while others such as the Morris Student Center and Multicultural facility still remains. However, I want to note on that, the Student Union and the Morse Multicultural Center aren't technically part of the university. They are on school grounds, so I guess the question there is, are they receiving funds from the university to operate there? I want to provide some examples, both past and present, to show how DEI is being used in the classroom. Almost every student I've spoken with, including myself, has taken Expository Writing 1, an introductional writing course that is almost mandatory for most students. My experience alongside those else who I've spoken with testify to the requirement that everyone must write a paper about gender theory within the first few weeks of the semester. During this period, the professor follows the approved textbook by the university, talking about, quote, how gender is a spectrum and or there is no such thing as gender. This is just one example for one class. Another example, I took a class called Fiction into Film. And even though each professor that teaches this course can choose their own material, mine chose specifically to use the novel and the movie called Call Me By Your Name. In short, this novel is about a 17-year-old male child having sexual relations with a 24-year-old man. This professor called this a coming-of-age love story, which is interesting because the words I love you never appear once within the novel itself. Any of you unfortunate to have had to read the book yourself will know precise the depths of depravity this book falls into in its description of sexual details and clearly sets an agenda designed to influence the reader in the classroom more broadly. In a separate class I took, I'm a history major, so this one filled my multicultural overlay. One was the Aztec, Inca, and Maya people, wherein the curriculum itself talks about how these ancient groups lived. There's nothing wrong with that. However, if it was not for the fact that the professor is constantly reminding the entire class every day of how evil the white man is for destroying the Aztecs' way of life, namely the practice of human sacrifice. The primary takeaway from this class, again, white man bad. With probably the worst class experience I have ever had, I dropped out halfway through, was a class called, supposedly, it was supposed to be Ancient Christianity. In the most charitable way I can describe this, the professor was a very anti-Christian and taught in a way that held extreme bias against those who practice the Christian faith, specifically for the Catholics. And yes, indeed, Catholics are Christian. There seems to be miscommunication with that in the world today. The title of this textbook was, quote, A History of Christianity, the First 3,000 Years, which raised my eyebrows just right away. Throughout the first weeks, I attempted to address my concerns with him in an open discussion board post. These discussion board posts weren't things that were required to be written. I just took upon myself to write on these discussion board posts. With the help of a dear friend of mine, we constructed a 41-page document addressing our concerns with this professor. Ultimately, this ended with the professor's only response being that he is the professor, I the student, I'm supposed to learn from him. At the time of my speaking, I have just finished a course that was supposed to be about business communication in the workplace. Still, the both underlining and outward-facing feeling in the classroom was once again, white man bad. And if we wanted to complain about DEI topics being brought up in the classroom, then we are, quote, bigots, white supremacists, and many other slanderous accusations. Readings that were brought up include F professionalism, creating a workplace that works for all. These examples may seem very cherry-picked and surely can come across as me simply complaining about topics being spoken about or words being said. To reiterate, I have no problem with someone holding a different belief than me, nor a professor having me view something different from another's perspective. What the real issue is here is the push and almost cult-like belief that you must talk and reinforce DEI in everything that you say and do in these classroom settings. It is yesterday that these issues have been plaguing our communities. It is today that demands our voices in our counties, and it is tomorrow that the truth must be spoken across our great state. Here's why this is an issue, and it's something that isn't simply fixed by renaming DEI to well-being and belonging, things that the universities have been doing. I would like to start with the idea of a university. St. John Henry Newman says that the university is, quote, a place of teaching universal truth, universal knowledge, and emphasizing the importance of a liberal, not political liberal, arts education that cultivates intellect and moral character. With the belief that by pursuing knowledge, we learn to integrate intellect and ethical aspects of our education. Most education systems operate as a business today. I thought education was supposed to be just that, education. Why are these universities running as businesses? I like to define culture just for a brief moment, which comes from the Latin cultura, relating to tilling the land. As we understand the idea of culture today, an accurate description would be the beliefs, custom, arts, and religions of a group of people. Why, you might ask, do I bring this up? We live in a society that constantly tells our own people that we as Americans have no culture, that we should be ashamed to be Americans, that minority groups, even the most minuscule kind, are objectively morally superior to, quote, the white man. We see this being taught through the lens of DEI in our universities. Let me be clear, this has no place within our university system. As those like St. John Henry Newman says, we should be seeking universal knowledge. Our education system as a whole has shifted away from the teachings of universal knowledge and is instead pushing whatever certain lobbyist groups are telling them or actively pursuing at the time. It is actively erasing the importance of our own culture on a whim. A university should be a place for teaching students how to think critically rather than what to think. After all, if they are being taught false information and lies, then students will believe these lies because they represent them as a position of authority, so why do you question it? Therefore, we must pursue the knowledge of what is universally true, not what is merely personally comforting. And I want to note, not everyone has to go to college. For those who choose to, there are a lot of unneeded classes that are only adding to the immense student debt crisis that my generation is facing. It'd be greatly beneficial to all Kansans to see greater numbers of trades-type schools to help lessen these burdens while universities correct their degree programs, limiting the number of unnecessary and unconnected classes required to achieve certain degrees. There are already great examples in our state where college has done well, like in St. Mary's, where I now reside, as well as there are great professors. One of mine, Professor Marjorie Galelli, she's not even an American. She's come over here on a work visa and teaches students exactly how to think, not what to think. A great example of a professor done well, even with their own school system. While I can speak more on this particular subject, I will begin to wrap up. In conclusion, if we don't start to address the material being taught in our classrooms in all levels of education, the issue of DEI will never go away, and our students will only continue to grow to hate the very nation in which we were born and raised. As Kansans, we are the heartland of America, and we have the power to influence the rest of our nation, just as the heart sends blood to the body. We must begin change now in defense and in continued pursuit of universal truth in the year ahead. We must bring truth back into our schools, so our schools may bring truth back to our state in the decade to come. And we must ensure that our schools are not places of confusion or falsehoods, but of places of clarity and truth for the century ahead. Before I ask for questions, I'd like to close my testimony with a simple prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. I am stand for questions.
Right. Thank you, Thomas. And I want to say to the committee, I actually found his name online because he registered a civil rights complaint and did a great deal of documentation that I went through. And so I thought that boldness, I wanted to hear his personal story. So that's why he's here today. Are there a few questions for Thomas? Representative Avercamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Thomas, for your presentation. You know, there's a lot of different ideas and different theories. This one's kind of interesting, sitting through the day of all the different presentations. you've heard things about train up or train out, how to get to the local level through the higher ups. The term indoctrination was used a few minutes ago. We've heard about a book called Rewrite, something along the lines of rewrite the understanding of, I don't know, human beings, just life. It seems like a cultural change that is very well coordinated from a lot of different angles, that's putting a lot of focus on the college campuses, which is kind of historically consistent. I mean, college campuses have always been the path for cultural change. So just a question, you're kind of boots on the ground, most recently in college. Do you think it's possible for public universities to stop pushing the culture that it appears they're pushing and return back to a culture that, I don't know, I think I could say is more based on the foundation of America? Or do you think that we need to go elsewhere?
I would recommend us go elsewhere to begin with. I'd like to hope and pray that these universities can be fixed in these issues, but sometimes the weed is too deep, and sometimes you got to start fresh on things, unfortunately. A lot of people tend to think, oh, if we just write this bill, we get rid of the word diversity, everything is going to magically fix itself. But as we can see, now the name's just shifted to well-being and belonging. It's just a renaming over and over, and this is historically has always been that if we really wanted to fix our universities for universal truth, we really need to go back to the history and the idea of a university and its founding and reestablish from the ground up. I see too much often as I stated earlier, universities run as a business model, and universities are supposed to be places of education. The focus at Kansas State is primarily sports, the football team. I attended there for 4 years. Never once did I go to a single football game because I was there for an education. I would say simply we need to look elsewhere and look at other examples within our state that are already doing a great job for that.
Thanks for your comments. I think a lot of good thoughts there from Boots on the Ground. I would disagree on one point. The universities are run as a business. From my perspective, if they didn't have government funding, they would go out of business. So aside from that, I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
And one more question from Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's a dilemma. Is it really the university, because the goal is to educate all people, is it really the university, or is it the polarization of the people?
I would say it's both. The polarization of the people reflects the university, so the university then views the masses and then reflects what the masses do. So the issue being brought up at hand is that, specifically that I address, it's within the classrooms. So the university has no oversight on what's being taught in the curriculum. They allow the students the laissez-faire method of hands-free. So the professors themselves who have grown up in a culture with all this polarization takes this in place at the university, and they infect it not only in the classroom, but in the policies that they're also offering as well.
See, I would argue, I'm not sure it's the university, but it's the polarization of the people that attend school, the environment in which they lead, the powers, the parties they belong to, the organizations they belong to. When you put all that together, maybe we need to work on the polarization of people before we want to change the university, because it's the people that go to the university.
I would agree that they both go hand in hand together, that they can't be separated.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Thomas. Committee, we appreciate your testimony. And the next step here is we're going to just do a very brief financial and economic impact. Representative Lewis is going to share some information, and then I'll conclude that. And then we're going to turn this into more of a little bit of a discussion. And at that point, I would invite any university presidents that are still here or their representative to join us at this table here, and we'll have a conversation. So Representative Lewis, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure to what extent I'm going to talk about specifics of financial and economic impact of general education, but I am going to talk just sort of on a provisional basis as to what I've heard, some things that I'm thinking. I'm still really thinking through these issues, but at least from my perspective, we should all be able to agree about the fundamental purposes of universities, which would include free expression. And by that, I will include the word diversity. We should have diversity of viewpoint. And the rub here is diversity has been hijacked to mean diversity with respect to one's skin color or one's gender and so forth and so on. We should also be very interested in ensuring that the focus of our education is on developing reading, writing, and critical thinking skills on behalf of the students. And the importance of that is that, you know, everybody knows that our world is changing so rapidly, a lot more rapidly than it was 100 years ago. And so, you know, what you substantively teach your students today probably is going to be obsolete in 5 or 10 years. And so, you know, then what are they left with? If all they're left with is an indoctrination with respect to conservative ideas or leftist ideas, you know, where do they go with that if the focus of your education is always on ideology rather than on the skills and development of that? We also need to have a preparation for a good prospect with respect to a job. And there's literature, which I'm not going to detail, but I think it's out there, which suggests that a lot of the, what I'll call the DEA academic disciplines simply don't do that. Gender studies, I don't think, leads typically to a decent job that gives you economic sustenance. And finally, I think we should be able to agree that since we're in the United States and since we're in Kansas, we should be interested in ensuring that the students have a fundamental grounding in Western civilization. And I'm not suggesting to you that Western civilization is perfect. We know that in the United States we have an original sin, which is racism, and we should be very, very upfront with that. But, you know, in pursuing with all of this vigor and focus, this emphasis on DEI, are we missing out on fundamental understanding of where we came from? And let me just say that I think ultimately the concern is that resources and attention have been so focused on DEI that they've caused the institutions to lose sight of these, what I think are more fundamental purposes. Let me just close with the example which we've talked about, which is just one of hundreds, but we have had some discussion and testimony about the English 100 class at K-State, not to focus only on K-State, but that is the example that's come forward. I mean, I've looked at the instruction, the description of the course. I've looked at the title, at least, of the book, and I mean, you're left with a strong impression that the focus of this class, and the last speaker, give me your name, Thomas. I think he took that class, and it's clear that the focus of that class seems to have been more about indoctrinating the students into an ideology rather than on writing, thinking critically about whatever issue they might want to discuss. Also, the concern there is that it was it seems to be, if not a required course, a course that most students, many students, ultimately have to take. And then with respect to the issue of Western civilization, I mean, the title of the course kind of gives, and the book and the course gives it, they're rewriting. So you're starting students in a 100 class course, not giving them fundamentals in Western civilization, but suggesting to them that we want to rewrite Western civilization. That may be appropriate down the line in a 300 or 400 level course, but it's not appropriate in a 100 level course. And so those are just my thoughts. As I said, they're provisional. I'm very concerned about what our universities are doing. I think this has been a very good discussion, and I applaud the chairwoman for, spending all this. I know she spent a lot of time preparing for the hearing, and I commend her for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. And before we commence with our discussion, I will tie this into something that happened in the One Big Beautiful Bill, and that's the institutional accountability. That's something that I'm sure appropriations might be interested in, and that basically creates a new accountability measure that would cause a program to lose direct loan eligibility if it fails the low earnings outcomes. If you have been in the legislature since 2017, then you'll recall that we passed legislation relating to degrees stats, and they can be found on every university website, and they can also be found on KBOR. If you go put in a degree, for example, you could put in the women and gender study, or you put in a degree, it can give you an estimate of what they would make after they graduate, and it takes in consideration of the amount of money that they spent for that degree. Some of those degrees, as I looked at them, would not out-earn our mean income for a high school graduate that had been working in the workforce for 3 to 4 years. So there likely would be something not eligible for Pell Grant money and should be a consideration for the legislature. Also, you were provided by our KLRD staff a very kind of lengthy slide presentation from Utah. They cut 180 degrees, and they also withheld about 10% of higher education money relating to this so that they could give back to them, making sure that that money is used for degrees that our workforce, that Kansas needs. I would put a caveat that you can graduate with a history major or English major, and there are many opportunities available to those individuals, even though it isn't a particular, it's not accounting, it's not engineering, it's not law. There are opportunities, not picking on you, Thomas, but just as an example, my daughter graduated with an English degree and an economics degree. She's further studying something else. But my husband, who loves English, he was a business English major, he actually looked it up, and it showed that after about, I think, 10 years, English majors outpaced in income than many of our other majors. So by saying that, I don't want to bias anyone. I just do think we need to be looking and waiting for President Trump's list that he will produce of those bills that don't fit the bar, and they are dead-end degrees, if you will. And it ties into this because we want to make sure people have the best education, an excellent education, and an education where they are free to have their viewpoints and not be compelled to take the viewpoints of others. Having said that, if we could, if everybody will pull out the Goldwater Freedom from Indoctrination Act, it's an opportunity to look at a solution, a possible solution. And with that, if you are from a university and you're still here, if you'd like to join us, we've got 3 seats over here and 3 seats over here. I'd like to see your faces. I know many have already left and haven't been able to be here, but at least if we could have one person from each university that might be here, because this is more of a discussion, and you are welcome to share or to respond in any way you might prefer. But as you're coming up here to have our last hour of discussion with a hard finale of 4 o'clock, I wanted to actually get your thoughts on this Goldwater Institute piece of legislation. This is something that Representative Humphreys and Representative Lewis and I have been talking about, and I think Representative Humphreys can speak to this, but it might be something that could be in judiciary. I want, as we pull out, do you all have a copy of it? Could we get them a copy? Do we have an extra copy? Okay, there were some over there. And then we're going to open up for any other recommendations or thoughts. I'd like to focus more on moving forward with solutions than anything else, other than critiques. Rather, let's think about moving forward, what are good solutions. So before I open it up, let's take a look at this Freedom from Indoctrination Act. What this basically does is it, number one, makes it so that students are not mandated to take certain courses. However, it does not eliminate the ability of a university to have gender studies or to have women's studies or to have any type of studies that they prefer. They can still have that. What it does is if you are taking a course, let's say English, and you wanted to get if you're trying to obtain a degree, you would, for such as English, you would not be required to take these. In addition, you would not be required through freshman orientation to take certain DI and CRT classes. In terms of definition, the definition, as stated earlier, is not important. It's really that it doesn't violate state and federal law. And if you look at item number 4 on page 2, underneath C, it gives DEI, CRT related content, and it gives a host of vocabulary words that could be used in place of. So it's really not about the title, it really is about the content. And whether we agree or disagree, I think that we can respect that not everybody views this in the same way. And for some, it is contrary to our faith, contrary to our ethical standards, our moral standards. And for others, it seems like it makes sense and it's practical and it's maybe correcting past harms. And then the other component is on page 3. Instead of requiring DEI within our course structure, instead, we would like our universities to incorporate basic understanding of civics within the requirement. Because I think that we're getting to a situation where many of our students that graduate the K-12 system or higher ed don't understand competing documents. I love that you studied Marxism, but I bet you also studied the Federalist Papers. We want to be able to juxtapose diverse viewpoints. That is ideal. But this is an area on page 3 that I believe that many students are leaving universities without. And finally, section 3 on page 4 talks about the freshman orientation, which I alluded to. If you didn't have an opportunity to read this when it was sent out to you, I believe on Friday or Monday, I would encourage you to consider it. And before I open up to our committee, I wanted to ask any of our guests that are sitting around the table, if you had any comments, thoughts, questions, first opening it to you. You just, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you had some thoughts, Marshall, I think I will put you on the spot.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let me say, first of all, Madam Chairman, so you know, I am going to have to walk out of here in a few minutes. I literally have to be at something else, and I'm going to figure out a way to get from here to Manhattan. I think any of the things you put out, I think what we need is opportunity to have the dialogue and have the conversation. Obviously, I'm looking at this for the first time today. You know, I think there's many things here that are really good. I'm sure that, again, as you said, what you want is you want a university to have diverse thought, perspectives coming together. What you don't want, as I am hearing you say today, is there to be a position of the institution or individuals in the institution pushing a certain direction. You want all the ideas to come together. Students then learn how to think and learn what the process of thinking is and those kind of things. We're not really teaching them what to think. I think that's where this thing nuances a little bit. So we would welcome the opportunity to do that. I think we certainly have done, as I think Representative Steele, thank you for the comment today. We have worked really aggressively to try to be in compliance and all these things. And I think what we seek is the opportunity to co-create with you something that would be helpful to Kansans, to the legislature, and also enable us to do a quality education. So whatever that ground is, I know other states, as some of you have met with me earlier, have been working on these kind of things, and I think there's a lot of things we can learn from those states. I don't think we have to recreate it. And so I think finding those opportunities to learn from others and then, again, to have that dialogue to get us in a better place is what we all seek. And we certainly do at Kansas State University.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and we definitely don't want to make you late to your next engagement. And again, this bill does not disallow any type of instruction, but what it does do is it frees up individuals that pay to go to those institutions from being compelled to take on beliefs in any manner. And if you're in a class, it's pretty difficult to go against your professor's beliefs. I think we all would find that very intimidating, and that many of our writings and many of our responses are going to be kind of wrapped up in making sure that we don't offend or are not in contradiction of our professor. I know others that are very brave and bold on that, but I think it's kind of scary for a student to try to do that. And by the way, I will say that I remember a study that occurred related to Oxford University, which is in England, and a young woman wrote an op-ed for Oxford, and she said, I thought I was going to come to the greatest university that had the most open-minded, that we would be able to discuss and debate. And in this op-ed, she said, I actually found out that it's a place where I'm afraid to share what I really think. And I think that if we look at many of the surveys from students in the last 5 years, it is probably getting better, but at one point, it was where people felt like they had to conceal what they really believed. And if it's a bad idea, they should talk about it so that others can, they can debate it out.
If I can follow up, Madam Chairman, let me just, I'm gonna give a personal context on this. I grew up in Eastern North Carolina. I'm obviously not from here. You can hear me talk and tell that. And I remember very, very well leaving home, going to North Carolina State University, which is where I got my undergraduate and my graduate degrees as well. And my parents, I came from a very rural, much like you'd find here in this state. It's very similar in many ways. And I remember the apprehensions, the concerns they had about me going to the big university in Raleigh, which seemed so far away. But one of the things that I found so astonishing when I went to the university is that I learned so many different perspectives. I learned so many different ways of thinking, but they were so excited that I came home with all this new stuff in my head. But I was the same human being. My values and my beliefs, I had learned, I had embraced, learned new things, become more tolerant in many ways, became a better citizen in so many ways. But it didn't mean I changed who I was. I was still me. And I think that is some of the core of what this is about. There are many of us who sit in these chairs today that have the opportunity to do great things in universities. And what we want to do is produce a great product called a student who goes out and does great things in the world. We want to do incredible research to break through commercialization. We want to change the world. And we want to serve the state, whether it be us or any of our fellow institutions in K-Board. That's what we want to do. We want to serve the state, make sure Kansas is all it can be. And so this kind of dialogues, I think, are important because while they're they are painful for some, I do think they get out in the open the concerns. And I guess the thing I will always go back to is let's continue to walk down this path together and figure out where that path is, because I think we all ultimately want to have better, whatever better is, and we got to seek that together. So we certainly welcome the opportunity to do that, and with all of you, and thank you for the time and the conversations we've had today. And I'm going to give you about 5 more minutes, and I do have to walk out of here. So 3:15, I got to
That
go.
is absolutely okay. We do have a couple of representatives that are in the queue. We have Representative Carpenter and Representative Hoy. If it's not something that's directly going to piggyback on the comments that were just made, we'll go ahead and let any other individual around the table have an opportunity. Any comments from?
Okay.
No, it is.
Sorry. I'm an exception to the rule of many GRs in our group because I'm a 35-year professor of history who's written on the history of conservatism. In fact, I wrote a history of Young Americans for Freedom, my first book long ago. And I've dealt with, I'm a rarity too, I'm a conservative historian, whatever that means. So I am, there's 5 of us who teach modern U.S. history in the country. I know all the rest of them. It's a little joke. And I've never had any real problems with that on campus or with getting along with colleagues who differed from me. And I think one of the greatest things about being on a college campus is just what Marshall had said, the fact that you get to have all sorts of diverse perspectives. It's rare to find a conservative historian in a history department. There are certainly very few, if any, conservative sociologists, which is why sociology seems to be riddled with a lot of DEI sort of ideas in many respects. People expect that. Students might expect that of their professors. I had a great professor in my undergraduate school. We nicknamed Fred the Red. He was a Marxist. He taught me more valuable history that stuck with me in a lot of respects than anybody else because I saw a different perspective in what he had to teach and what he knew and what I learned from him. It was very valuable. Didn't rub off on me. I didn't become a Marxist, thank goodness. And I rejected that kind of ideological ideas, but it was very valuable. What we have done at Emporia State, we have not adopted the Goldwater Institute, but we had just recently adopted an institutional neutrality position, which incorporates many elements of the University of Chicago expression of free speech, which is about a decade old, I think, at this point. And so the institution itself is neutral on various political issues. That doesn't mean professors have to be neutral in their classes, but it means the institution will not take specific positions on political, or social, religious, or other issues. And that hopefully will help infuse a culture of growing tolerance and diversity on campus. We haven't had any problems with that. We don't have a lot of classes, if any, that are focused on this kind of DEI kind of language or courses, so we've done very well in making sure that our students are getting a wide variety of opinions and perspectives.
Okay, and I will ask that if you have anything you want to send our way, any suggestions, recommendations, thoughts, responses, if you heard something and you just want to counter that or you want to give us an update, I would encourage you to do that.
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to let Representative Ballard insert because it sounds like she wants to catch you before you head out the door.
All right, I was listening carefully. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening carefully to what you had to say. And you said that your parents were really apprehensive about you coming and that you were going to change and all of that. And you learned a lot. You did everything else. When you came back home, did your parents think you were still the same, just more knowledgeable, or did they think the university had just totally indoctrinated you?
I'm grateful that it didn't. They still love me, and I was fortunate to have great parents. But you know, as the first in my family to get the opportunity to do that, there was apprehension, and I understand that. I've lived that from the student perspective. I never dreamed I would work in a university. I didn't think I'd ever go to a big university. I was that child, if you can imagine, and many of you probably can relate to that. But I came back better educated. Having a bigger view of what could be. But again, in my core, I was still the same person, and I was still a great human being, hopefully, and they were very proud of what I was and lived that. So I do think, though, I think where you're headed, Representative, is I do think that at times we have had individuals who definitely became more focused and became activist a little bit in their approach to teaching and learning. And that's we got to be careful of that. I think we've got to own some of this. As higher educators, we got to own some of that. And you know, one of the things I worry about nationally, and I think it affects here in Kansas too, is this public narrative about how people perceive higher education. How do they perceive it? Do they see it? You know, it used to be a whole lot of trust in higher education. Some of that's been eroded. We've seen that. Chancellor Girard mentioned that this morning. And we got to recapture that. And the way we do that is we work together. We figure out ways to find where that place is that we can work together. You as partners, as the legislature, partners at the federal level, partners at the community level, how do we do that? And we're committed to that end. So I am going to walk out. I'm going to let Matt Casey come take this chair. I know he's excited to do that, Chairwoman. So
All right,
Matt will
excellent
be here for the
answer.
rest of the time.
All right, safe travels. And we're going to pop back over to CFO Ball. Did you have any comments?
Really nothing new and significant to add. Just for introduction, my name's Doug Ball, and I'm the Vice President of Finance at Pittsburgh State University. I'll just capitalize on a couple of the things Marshall said. You know, one of the things we're so intently focused on is helping to ensure our students are able to succeed, and not only succeed in the classroom, but also in what happens after they leave the classroom. And so we want to, you know, work with you and continue this dialogue so that we can kind of fine-tune those efforts to help all of our students be successful in their life's endeavors.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I would definitely request that you stay in touch with Representative Humphreys moving forward if this is an issue that it is something we want to, you know, pursue. And Kelly, any comments?
Thank you. Kelly Whitten, the University of Kansas. I will kind of reiterate what everyone said. I think having this conversation.
Your microphone on?
It is on. I'm quiet. He can hear me. Sorry about that. But reiterate what everybody said, that we are happy to have this conversation. Chancellor and his team has taken to produce the product that we produce, which is an educated workforce for the state of Kansas, and he has guided our university in that we have had our highest enrollment ever. We have our highest retention rates ever, and we continue to work extremely hard to make sure our students are graduating in a timely manner with a quality, and they feel like they got the quality that they deserve to at the University of Kansas. So, and we are very happy to continue to have this conversation, however it kind of unfolds.
All right, thank you. Thank you for those comments. Now we're going to go ahead and turn it back to our committee, Representative Carpenter. And by the way, this is your opportunity to share your thoughts on any level and hopefully specifically about solutions moving forward about how to work together.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for having this committee together. It certainly opened my eyes. I think just trying to analyze, sit here and listen to and see all the DI and all this stuff in there, I'm just struggling with the why part of it. You know, is it money? Are students clamoring for these kind of classes? You know, I mean, the universities, and we all know this, they're businesses. And so they're selling a product. And so I'm trying to get my arms around, is that a product that students are just clamoring for? And maybe I've been living under a rock for all these years or something, but I'm just struggling with the motive behind all this DEI stuff. And that's, if someone could just give me a single one-sentence answer or something like that, that would help a lot. But that's my question.
I don't have a single answer to that, so we're going to let that one stew. But we have Representative Hoy and then Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the Goldwater Institute thing that we got on page 2, when we're looking at what diversity, equity, and inclusion critical race theory content does not include, it says historical movements, but I wasn't able to find any sort of definition of what historical means. So I'm wondering how far back, or what is the intent of the term historical?
Well, we can try to clarify that. I don't know exactly. I didn't actually write this, but historical, generally, traditionally, we think of something that we can trust to be factually accurate as close as we can with the information that we have. Since none of us have lived longer than, you know, our age, we can't say that we were an eyewitness. However, it have to have some kind of background. And so historical movement, I suppose, could go back to biblical times, and looks like Representative Humphreys would like to jump in.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to you, Representative Hoy.
I feel like we have to keep reading the rest of the sentence, and that kind of explains it, that it does one or more of the following, but it does not include identifying and discussing historical movements, ideologies, instances of racial hatred or discrimination. That's what it doesn't include. It says DEI CRT is not discussing these historical movements that include racial hatred or discrimination, including but not limited to slavery, Indian removal, the Holocaust, or Japanese American internment. It's a double negative. It's saying that we should teach those things. We're not excluding those things in this. So we can't just end it at historical movements. There was more to the sentence. So I don't know.
That's exactly. Thank you very much. That's exactly right. It says that absolutely it does not include the list of the slavery, Indian removal, Holocaust, Japanese American internment. Those are examples of historical movements or ideologies or instances of hatred. Those things are absolutely not part of this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because the reason that I asked is that the white coats for Black Lives Matter was brought up, and I view that in the same line as a historical movement, ideology, or instance of racial hatred or discrimination, because this is a group of people training to be doctors that want to ensure that healthcare does not have racism. And we know there are data and factual anecdotal evidence as well that a lot of times that the pain of Black patients is not taken seriously. Just recently there was a viral video of a woman in the emergency room going into labor who was not taken seriously and had her baby like 30 minutes later in a less than ideal situation in the emergency room. So I just want to make sure that when we're talking about the diversity, equity, and inclusion and the programming as it relates to curriculum, apparently things that are written on websites, that these types of historical movements and student groups that are addressing some of the issues that would be prohibited from being mandated, that we are still making space for the groups that are looking out for, racism isn't history, it's still happening, and we should be striving to do better on that, because then going back to what this does say that could not be included for a mandate, it promotes the idea that racially neutral or colorblind laws, policies, or institutions perpetuate oppression, injustice, race-based privilege, including white supremacy or white privilege, or inequity by failing to actively differentiate on the basis of race, sex, or gender. This is becoming a slippery slope. If we're going to refer back to stuff from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, we've got a situation where Head Start is not allowed to say female or woman in their financial in the stuff that they're writing. So when we mention sex or gender, it's very concerning to me, because as we heard earlier, if people are concerned about someone saying lactating person, if you're working in a Head Start in a preschool, there may be your employees as well as parents who are nursing, and that is exactly what they would have to say, because they aren't allowed to refer to the term female or woman. And I don't think this committee, that the state government is the appropriate body to get in this deep into the weeds about curricula, and I would be very opposed to I obviously was opposed to the original bill, but to take it any further, it just goes too far. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I am going to take a moment to respond. First of all, this bill is not about curriculum. This bill is about mandates. It's about not compelling anyone to believe or have to take a course with taxpayer money and with their money that compels them to, that's contrary to their beliefs and their faith. That is what it's about. It is not about dictating curriculum content. So I want to clarify. Number two, I have been to many continents and many countries, from China to several places in Africa, to all over Europe, all over North America, Central America. Haven't been to South America. I've never been anywhere where racism hasn't been an issue either during the time I was there or before the time I was there. Every place. And by the way, even in a homogenous society such as China, there have been terrible things that have been happening. And it is not racism is alive and well in every place, in every culture that there is. And so I think that sometimes we just talk past each other, and maybe there's this illusion that those that don't want DEI really don't care, or that we don't believe that bad things happen. Yes, we do believe that bad things happen, but we think it's part of humanity. Humanity is broken. And we, by just pointing to one sect or eliminating one, that's not fulfilling federal law. We are not supposed to be separating or giving certain privileges based on race, period. We just aren't. We're supposed to see people as human beings. And so so I feel like there is good intentions on all sides of this, but we're talking past each other. And I don't know how to express that this is taxpayer interest. It matters to me. I have children and hopefully someday grandchildren, and I pay taxes as you do. And so it does matter to me. Anything that touches our budget matters. And so we get to discuss it, and we get to disagree, and then we get to figure out how we move forward. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with you on there are broader humanity issues, and I hope we can all strive to do better on that. But I don't agree that there aren't curricula mandates in here. Saying that you can't mandate something for a major is a mandate, but also there's a component that says ensure basic instruction in American institutions that says that they shall provide these courses that satisfy the American institution's general education requirements, and it gives 2 courses and lists a number of topics that it shall include. So I guess I do believe that there are some that we are delving into writing college curricula here.
So item number 2 doesn't specify specific types of curriculum, but it does specify standards or topics, which I think are important. But if this body, and I don't mean this committee because we are just a select committee that just makes recommendations, but if this body does not agree with that, then it's not going to happen. Other comments? Representative Francis, and then did I overlook you? Oh. Okay. Representative Clayton Osmond? Francis.
Is it my? Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that has been brought up in the course of this committee is we are hearing about these college students that are in a fear-based situation, right, where they're afraid of pushing out or pushing against any ideology that is promoted either by their university or by their professors. And yet, we have a shining example of someone who is brave enough to speak truth to power, our student Comfrey who spoke earlier. And so I would push back against this and just say that we do have Kansas students, plenty of which are brave enough to speak truth to power. And oftentimes, that's one of the most beautiful things about the development of the human brain when you're in that young legal adult stage, right? Because you become a legal adult in Kansas at the age of 18. And so that 18 to 24-year-old is an adult, and they're first learning how to push back against what they see as wrong and to defend the way that they are raised at home against the wider world. We see a lot of instances of this in many other cultures. Like, for instance, the Amish have the Rumspringa, right, where they send children out into the world to learn about those different areas and to defend their own faith. I see a strong defender of faith sitting here in our committee room who spoke out against that, and he is not weak. He does not need his government defending him. He's able to defend himself. I would argue that if he exists, many of our students do exist, and perhaps having a higher education institution that does go against some of the things that you were brought up at home exists to strengthen the resolve of our conservative students, not to weaken it. It's not an attack. It's a whetstone that they use to polish their skills. And I think that that has value.
I will just say that I mentioned self-reported student beliefs about their universities. And those self-reporting majorities don't feel that they have the same freedoms to speak freely. They are self-censoring, I agree. And some do not self-censor, but many do. And so they are self-reporting in these surveys that they don't feel free to share. That's all I can say. I mean, we can only give our own personal experiences or a familial experience, but I'm just telling you what the studies and reports are saying. So now we're with Representative Osmond, then Representative Francis.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Reading through the Goldwater Institute documentation and hearing the discussion today, I can kind of see where we're heading, and I would just caution this. We are not the universities, we are not the Board of Regents, and we are certainly not the federal government. It's not our responsibility to oversee topics of individual classrooms. It's not our responsibility to implement changes from the federal government on behalf of the federal government. To do so, I would consider to be a serious violation of the First Amendment, and it would open us up to countless legal challenges. And just as important, I think there is no definition of DEI in the state of Kansas. This isn't a I'll know it when I see it type of situation. You can't just ban the word diversity from a website and call it a day. If you want to regulate DEI, you've got to have a crystal clear understanding of what DEI actually is. And I mean, even then, we're still dealing with serious legal challenges. I guess we should tell the Attorney General to, start prepping his office because he's going to be busy for a while. Maybe he can get some more FTEs out of the deal. So thank you very much.
Again, I would say that you don't necessarily have to have a definition, but what you do need to do is not discriminate based on those protected classes. And everything has that test. And yes, everything can be challenged. So I get that. Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've kind of looked at this Goldwater Institute. Of course, it's just glancing it over, but I really don't have any problems with most of what's in here. I think, honestly, most of our bachelor's degrees require a government class. I think this just talks about the importance of that and kind of brings us back to center on some of the things to focus on. We require college algebra, or used to. We require comp. We require a lot of classes. And I also understand the need for us not to have, to promote ideological activism on some of these broad classes that everybody has to take. I've got a lot of social workers, school psychologists in my family. I think it's very important for some of those people with some of those social science majors to understand diverse populations and what's important to those populations. So I don't think we want to do away with that entirely, because I think there are those occupations that require an understanding of the diversity of our nation. But again, for entry-level broad classes, I don't see a problem with it. And I think the same thing applies to these student orientation programs where we talk about, critical thinking, free speech. I think this is a decent place to go. I know I'm going to get slightly off topic here, but I do think that when we move on from this, we need to make sure that we understand what the accreditation agencies do, what the alternatives are for that, because we do want to make sure that our graduates, their degrees are recognized across the nation. But I've often thought that sometimes we let great be the enemy of good, and some of this accreditation really drives up the cost of education in areas that shouldn't be our prime focus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Representative Ballard, and then I'd like to pick on, I'd like to pick on those that haven't said anything yet, and then those that have said just a little bit. So Representative Ballard, and then, of course, we go to Chairman Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Usually, the legislature does not have a really good discussion, and I have to say we've had that today. A really good discussion about how things are. I'll just put it that way, how they are. And I've been sitting here, and before I was uncomfortable earlier this morning, and then I found myself a little intrigued about what people had to say from their perspective. And in many ways, that's what I think we should continue this conversation with that in mind. We all come from an environment. And some of the environments are totally different. A class I teach at the University of Kansas, I didn't teach this fall, was on women in leadership. And I had 35 people in the class, and we were just talking, about women in the arena and what all they do in the leadership and how difficult it is sometimes for them, especially if they have families, and we were going through all of this. And then we start talking personally among ourselves. And a person said, I hope you won't be offended, but I want to just tell you, the whole time I was in high school, I never had a sleepover with anybody other than a white person. So I asked the question, how many people in this class had a sleepover at a black person's house or a Hispanic house or something like that? And out of 35, there were 8 hands that went up. The rest had never had that opportunity to stay at somebody else's house, or neither had them to their house, because they didn't run around together. They had their own friends. And we got to talking about that, and how would that shape how you think? And that led to me totally not even covering that lesson that day. And I was a little worried that I'm going to make it up. But we had a whole discussion about how they see each other. And they didn't hang out with them, so they really didn't know. We talked about what you eat, what you do, how you feel, what your mom and dad feel. And I can tell you my mom and dad are prejudiced. The other person says, well, my mom and dad's not prejudiced, but they don't like black people. And we started blah, blah, blah. Or someone says, yeah, but I never went to a white person's house either. And that was a black person speaking. So they said, I never went. I never had anybody to my house. That's the environment. It didn't say that anything was wrong with those people. It just said they never had the opportunity to go to each other's house because they didn't hang around with them, or maybe their family didn't hang around together and everything else. I say all that to say that what we think sometimes has a lot to do with how we were raised, our grandparents, people in our neighborhood, the church we go to, the neighborhood we live in, and all of that. And we don't know what the other people are doing. And then when it comes together, it's like, oh. And even some black people don't really want people talking about slavery, because now they feel very uncomfortable in their classes because they had nothing to do with it. None of us in this room had anything to do with slavery. None of us. But it did exist. And what we're talking about now, whether we're talking about the diversity, the equity, and the inclusion, in many ways has a lot to do with that. It has a lot to do with the 1965 Voting Rights Act. It has a lot to do with all of those things. And so we're going to deny those people that didn't have it. Those people got it. Now take it back from those people because they're not supposed to have it, and they're going to get ahead of me and all of this. It is a mess when you think about it, because you're afraid someone's going to get ahead. That's not the case. That's not the case. I hope we continue to talk about this, because it's the polarization and it's the racism that no one wants to talk about. And it's the other people not knowing what to do. And we're legislators, and we're supposed to be making laws. And we can do that. But we have to be on the same page with each other in order to do that. Not exactly, but we have to be on the same page. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ballard. Okay, Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I haven't said anything today. Just kind of been sitting here, and actually some of my comments are going to be very similar to that of Representative Francis. I've been reflecting on the college courses that I took, not only when I was a student. I think everybody knows. If you go to my office, you know that I'm a University of Kansas fan. But also when I was taking courses when I was in high school. And that is one thing, and I just wanted to clarify some of this in regards to the Freedom of Indoctrination Act. So I started taking college courses when I was 16. Basically prerequisites for the degree that I was going to pursue at the University of Kansas, because at that point there was no other school that I was looking at going to. And so, I mean, I took Psychology 101, I took Algebra, I took Algebra 2, I took, and then I was in an AP English course in my senior year in high school, which then qualified me for English 101, which I kept thinking about that when we were having the discussion about a particular university and the English 101 courses that they were offering. And then some of the material, I don't know if it was the instruction or the material that was following into DEI. And I guess thinking back to that, because what it allowed me to do by getting all my prerequisites out, I got Western Civ, I got all that out of the way, and then it allowed me, when I went to the University of Kansas, to take courses that interested me and to build me as a better employee when I finally graduated from the University of Kansas and a better citizen. And so I took courses like History of the American City. I didn't need to take it, but I needed hours. And I could have graduated the University of Kansas in 3.5 years. But at that age, I wanted to go that extra semester, which, to the consternation of my parents, they wanted me to graduate. But it allowed me to take other courses that my father and I were just having a discussion about this, about the history of the American city and the City Beautiful movement that went across all these cities in the early 1900s, and how we have one of those examples in a city that's, it's in Missouri, but it's very close to us with the Union Station. I would never have known that had I not taken that course. And so by taking those prerequisites during high school, it allowed me to broaden my exposure and take the courses that I wanted to. Business comm, that was not part of my political science degree, but I wanted to take business communications. But like I said, taking those courses allowed me to do so. So when I look at section 1, 2, and 3, when it's, it talks about critical race theory or diversity, equity, inclusion, but I keep circling back to English 101 and how that might incorporate some of the DI perspectives. I'm wondering, and I don't know if Representative Humphreys or Representative Lewis or you, Madam Chair, can answer this for me, but if we would incorporate this, is there any way to extract those beginning courses? Or do we do all courses? Because I think, maybe I misunderstood you, Representative Lewis, but I thought you had made one comment about maybe the more introductory courses don't incorporate some topics, but your higher end ones may. So I did hear that correctly. So I'm just wondering how we juggle that if we're going to be saying, how do we incorporate this, I guess is my question.
Well, I'll definitely would love to hear a response from Representative Humphreys and Representative Lewis on the topic, but really it's just about mandating. It's not that you can't incorporate it in, you have a social working major and you have some multicultural piece to it. That's legitimate, absolutely legitimate. I think it becomes a concern when you're compelled to take certain courses for certain degrees, whether it's English or, and so if you want to take a certain women's gender or gender studies, it's going to have a lot of that. That's fine, because you know that's what you're taking. But English studies, or if you want an English degree, or if you want English 101, is that an appropriate place to require someone?
Well, and that's what I was saying with the
Yeah.
prerequisites. Maybe it's not appropriate.
Right.
But in other courses, it may be.
It may
And so
be.
that's why I was saying with the prerequisites, how do we balance that? I mean, I think every student that is going for a Bachelor of Arts degree needs to take English. Well, we need people who know how to talk and they know how to write. And so there are some courses I think everybody needs to take. Now, Kelly and I were just talking, like, for the School of Business. Maybe you don't need English. I don't know what the prerequisites are for that degree. I just know where it was when I got my Bachelor of Arts degree for political science. But I think there are some courses that students need to take. Otherwise, they're just taking, I mean, courses that don't really mean or add to much. I mean, the whole point is to go to the university or to go to college to learn from what you learned in high school and grow off of that base to make you a better citizen. Now, I totally agree that when a prerequisite, I don't think this should include any of that. But I'm just wondering where we find that
Sure,
balance.
and I think we can also ask the universities to help us with this. Representative Humphreys, do you want to add anything?
I would only add that it's a mandate, like what Representative Williams said, that no student is forced to take a course that promotes ideological activism. That's what this says. And so does that mean, I mean, yeah, maybe English should be a required course, but in that course, it can't promote ideological activism. But any, it's free game for whatever other classes people want to take. There can be all kinds of things that people should take, yeah. So I think that's what the key is right there.
I agree with you. I don't think English 101 should have
and
activism.
that's what this is about.
I mean, you teach the basics of the English
Grammar.
language. I mean, that's what it should be about.
And I'd love a course that would take principles of DEI and principles of biblical standards, or the combination of the two, or Marxism versus federalism, and debate that all day long. It's just when one viewpoint is required or pushed or so predominant in regular courses that it becomes a concern. And if you even go back 3, 4, 5 years ago, and you start looking through freshman orientation, it was heavily required. You couldn't get away from it. So if it was contrary to your values, and it doesn't even mean all of it's contrary to your values, just even a piece of
And maybe
it, you're stuck with
it's
it.
why it's so hard for me to get my hands around this, because I started college 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Which was obviously a different time, and that's why I'm trying to figure out, okay, where did things go so askew?
Right.
And that's why I'm just making sure, that's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
For your general studies that I think every student needs to take if they're on a collegiate level, how do you extract this so they're learning the basics? That's my question.
I think it's a great question. We would like the universities, not today, but to share back with us on that. We have only 13 minutes, and so I want to give anybody that has not had an opportunity to weigh in these last few minutes or hasn't weighed in a lot. Representative Sweeley, would you like to add anything? Representative Tarwater? No? It's quiet today. Okay, Representative Lewis?
Just following on Representative Waymaster's point that, he went to school 30 years ago. Well, I went to school 40 years ago. And so I beat you. And yeah, well, high school, yeah. So anyhow, and I went to very liberal, left-leaning institutions. And I knew that when I went, even then I was a conservative thinker. But what I found is that conservatives, although we were a distinct minority, we were tolerated in those institutions. And today, although I haven't been in these institutions, what I'm learning is it's not tolerated to have different conservative viewpoints. And that to me is a concern. Not that we have, 50% conservative professors and 50% liberal professors, but like the professor said, that, whether you're conservative or liberal, you tolerate different viewpoints in your classes.
I think that's an excellent point, and I think that I think any of us can suffer from stereotypes because of our beliefs, and then we become polarized, and then we stop communicating. So all of those things are true. Representative Hoy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just still struggling without, there's some help here on what is diversity, equity, inclusion, and critical race theory, but when we are looking specifically at the 101 courses, the entry or required courses, I'm thinking back. So, and I went to KU for graduate school, not for undergrad. I also went to a small liberal arts college as well in Iowa. And so my writing intensive course, my 101 English course was John Steinbeck's America. So good Western culture, but looking to speaking about, we don't want activism, and John Steinbeck was very, very much an activist. And that course, I went in as pre-law, and I went, after I took that course, I changed to an English major. So also looking back to high school, in a life skills class, we did a unit on the color purple. Where do we decide that something is activism or is diversity, equity, and inclusion versus it's just everyday lives in America? And we've all had different experiences, and we do need to come together and be able to work through them and talk about it and discuss it and learn about it. So I don't feel comfortable that this is the clear roadmap, and then we are going to have issues of students saying, oh no, my teacher made me read this book or whatever, and that's just not where government belongs. So I do need, before we would make any recommendation on this, I just don't see a clear vision of what is and is not something that would be acceptable reading in an English class.
Again, this proposed legislation is not about determining a prescription for what is going to be taught in the class, but what it does say is that you cannot compel someone to, and it gives the criteria at least to have diversity, equity, inclusion, race-based reparations, race-based privilege, race or gender-based diversity, any of those things, those cannot be those core tenets requirements for those. And I don't think we're going to get all the answers here today. I don't think anything that I could say would satisfy what you're looking for, but I think it's something that we're obviously going to have to continue to discuss because I don't have the best answer. Someone may. Does anybody have an answer? Okay. Well, in terms of recommendations, I don't think that we have a consensus on where we want to move forward with this.
Keep on talking.
Right, I agree. Keep the communications open. I think having the hard conversations and pushing our way through discomfort and trying to figure out why is this an issue? I don't get it. I don't see it. But I think that in order to bring back trust, because I think somebody mentioned it, and we will go to you, Greg, but someone mentioned, or I think it was Marshall, that institutions are at an all-time low in terms of trust from the public, but it's more from the conservative side. Yep. And so I think the question's important. Why? What is happening that the trust has been lost? We want to regain that. And so that's why the conversations are so important. Yes, I will give you an opportunity.
So I think Representative Carpenter asked a while back, where does DEI rooted? Where did this come from? Ideas take a long time to percolate. So if you think about Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848, and you didn't have the Bolshevik Revolution until 1917. DEI, CRT, critical race theory kind of grew out of ideas that were broached by a group of European emigres called the Frankfurt School. Among them was a man by the name of Herbert Marcuse, who's probably forgotten today, but was a seminal figure in the thinking of the New Left in the 1960s. And that became a fixture in social science, history, English, a lot of disciplines after the 1960s, and kind of percolated through the institutions. A book that explains this very well. He's a conservative, Christopher Rufo, who you may have heard of. He's been in a lot of the news lately, called America's Cultural Revolution, which documents this very history of how long it takes, you know, move ideas that start out in the 1950s in some respects to filter into the institutions and then to make their way into what we call today DEI, which wasn't called DEI back then. And certainly it was accelerated by, I think Representative Ballard said, by the civil rights movement and by certainly the Black Power revolutions of the 60s. But they had their own thing, and this was kind of the white New Left and the white professors embodying that cultural change and implementing it into their classrooms and into their whole structure of the superstructure of basically higher education. So that's a worthy book to look at to kind of understand the roots of it and where it came from. But now we're reached the pinnacle of it, I think, in the last several years, and I certainly think George Floyd and a lot of the issues circumventing around 2020 and before that reached their peak, and then the backlash came, which is natural too. So what we're in a movement now, of course, is there a backlash against that sort of thing, which is expressing itself in not only discussions like this, but also with the backlash, I think, against higher education in general. So that's worth looking at, I think, in terms of an analysis. There might be other things that he wrote that are more, I mean, it's not an easy book to get through, but it's certainly worth looking at in terms of an understanding of where DEI comes from.
Okay, Representative Lewis.
Right, just following on that, I agree with you completely. The ideas start, and it takes a while for them to percolate down, if that makes sense. In the early 80s, I was in law school, and I was on the law review board, and the group before us were liberals, and they had started a symposium issue, editing it on critical legal studies. And at that time, this had come into the law schools and was new and different, and my group inherited that, and so we put out 2 issues of our 6-issue volume on critical legal studies, and I edited some of those papers or those and I thought it was crazy then, and I think it's crazy now, but it's now taken seriously in our educational system, and so I had that experience and just wanted to relate that. That yeah, you can look at the ideas that are now on the spoken of at the highest levels of our educational systems, and you can predict what's gonna be the flavor of the day 50 years from now. So I completely agree with you on that, and it's important that we understand how we got here. Yeah, thank you.
Representative Ballard, and then I'll close this out.
Thank you. Representative Lewis, something you just said just triggered something that's interesting. Just a comment, okay? Often when you speak, you'll say liberals, leftists, and something else along that line. Most, I'll say Democrats and other people, we rarely say the rights or the this or the that. And that to me is just a little comment about sometimes where we're missing each other a little bit. You know, because when you say, I don't think I'm a left. I may be on the liberal side, but I'm not left. And neither would I say to you, you're on the right. So we put labels on each other, and it doesn't seem like it's a big deal. But when you put a label on somebody, people get a little attitude, like, why did they put the label on me? You know, and only when you said that, I thought about it, because I was thinking to myself, you and I have had umpteen conversations. Yeah. And I don't see you as the right person. I see you as the person, the knowledgeable, the attorney. Do you see what I'm saying? That's just a little small thing, but that's enough to put us on that side of disagreement, and we don't have to be.
I thank you for that comment. I'll take that to heart. Sometimes I'm not sure then how to express myself if I don't have to. Sometimes you need labels to define what you're talking about.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but I appreciate what you're saying about that it sort of pigeonholes people, and maybe that's not always fair.
And I understand, because sometimes I turn on Legacy Media and I hear right wing, right wing, right wing, and I'm like, I don't like it either. So, I mean, but I agree with my vice chair that sometimes we're just trying to identify different perspectives. I will close with this comments. The communist goals that were introduced as testimony on January 10th, 1963, I think this also kind of lies at the situation that we're at, and we're very much conscientious of what's happening in our universities, because whatever happens in our K-12 and our university makes its way out to every piece of our lives. And this list that was read into the public record included current communist goals, and it included things such as activism at our universities. It included breaking up the family. It included just so many things in here. I'm trying to pick out the ones that are most egregious, but it's really about taking hold of our educational system and using it for their benefit, and to disrupt and to create strife between Americans. And it is about discrediting our foundation. It is about undermining our founding documents. It is about putting question about norms or biblical norms or family norms. It's about all of those things. And so if we're ever wondering why are we talking about this, or why is there a concern, I think it's because these are our children, these are our families, this is our country, this is our community, and we all care about it, and we just want to be sure that there is just an opportunity for robust disagreement. I would rather us argue it out than not discuss it, and it just simmers and builds over time. And we should have probably been talking about this a couple decades ago, when it really started coming on the scenes at the universities. So we do not have a consensus for this select committee, but the only request I make is that you continue to talk to one another, and that the universities respond back to our team, KLRD, with any suggestions or recommendations, and then I ask each of you to be in communications with others, because I don't think it settles here. This isn't quite it, because the universities have asked for some clarity as well, and we don't quite have it. So, are we all good with that? Make sure you turn in your vouchers, and thank you so much for your discussion and your respectful conversation, and we are adjourned.